Live, baby. So welcome, February 20th, 2025. We have already gone over the news here. You got to hear from Besson a little bit. Trump got to even talk a little bit about tariffs and all of that. But at the end of the day, the reaction is still kind of limited. The quantitative tightening comments from yesterday, or the balance sheet runoff, that helped a little bit. The jobless claims didn't really get too much in the way. But now I think we're going to have an interesting morning, to say the least. So we do have a couple of plays. I haven't gone over that yet, so I think we'll cover it now. I'm going to be watching Alibaba, Walmart. Again, those were the big earnings. Walmart came up a little bit. It was down like 8% at one point, and then it's shocking where Alibaba is. Keep an eye on Palantir, RTX, any of the defense ones, and then I'm going to be watching BioMarin as a post-earnings, and then XLV as some of the other ones. So we'll see where it's at. We have the wire up. Well, listen, if you want the wire in no members only Chad, we need 2,000 likes. And now here's the deal. If you all remember and you don't want them to join, you don't have to like the video. So, because I wouldn't, that's why. They did that to you in reverse. You know what I'm saying? So you can figure out how you want to do it. It's up to you. It's up to you. But yeah, at the end of the day, that is what I am looking for. So either way, let's have a good time. Let's have a good morning, but we have 1 minute, 50 seconds. Those are my plays. I don't need to go to the bathroom, so you tell me, baby. What is your first play of the day, Chadadonia? Post it in the chat. Mexican President and Lutnick will be meeting today about tariffs. Wow. Brrrah. Palantir short, holding SPY puts, Baba call, SPY puts, Affirm 80 call, Palantir puts, ETF long, Baba puts, HD call, Hims, Martin Skrale, UPS shares, Qubit $7 call, Tesla 520, IWM, Coke, make SPY free, Broadcom, SMCI, holding SPY puts, Intel call, selling Palantir, selling SMCI 50 put, Affirm, Carvana, Tesla put, Netflix calls, riding SPY puts, long term only. Oh, look at Palantir on the low, Unity on the high, Rumble long, Nike long, NVIDIA 321, 141 call, AMD, Tesla calls 355, calls on God, Affirm, Palantir, Kava, and the final plays. Apple 145 question mark, buy Palantir dip, Meta call, good morning, NIVF shares, 100% success, Affirm, and good morning, baby, good morning, Ignace. That's it, 30 seconds. I hope you're locked. Again, I'd watch China. Oh, man. Hold on, I already got to get this ready. I got to turn off my platform and then open it after the bell, because otherwise it won't load. I'm mad I sold those China calls on Baba. They might hit, but pay attention. They didn't have a lot of time, so there will still be a IV crush on China. And remember, China likes to sell, but I think we're going to have a good time with Baba today, not to mention the long term. But 5 seconds, like that video. You guys are doing decent on it, and then let's get it. Pop in. 3, 2, 1. Round 1, fight. So literally, I'm turning off my platform as the market opens because I already know what it's going to do. They've been doing that to me all week, man. Senator Warren to convene forum to probe Trump and Musk impact on CFPB. Palantir nuking. Again, the DoD thing ended up hitting, but I could only imagine just the size, bro. Yes, I mean, again, Palantir's moved a lot, but that move yesterday was absolutely wicked. XLP outperforming. I mean, staples and industrials and healthcare were on fire yesterday. So watch out. Walmart was bad earnings, but it did recover a decent amount so far. So keep that in mind. All right. We are loaded. All right, Baba's chilling again. I think Baba's going to have a bigger move either direction. Let's get Walmart up here. Meta's already coming down, so this was the week that Meta kind of lost that outlandish run that it was up on. All right, K-Webs are doing good. Oh, wow. One of those other plays from yesterday's up 1,000. Could Baba be a diamond? It could. I mean, Baba is over, bro. We're up almost 100%. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't think there's much to talk about. Yeah, the calls we sold are up. They doubled up. But we sold one of the sets a little bit higher. let's see. Even the puts, man, why are they doing this? The call expensive, Habibi. Yeah, Baba's going to be tough. I want some like cheap ones, but I think we're going to have to wait till the pullback low key. Otherwise, I might look for a downside play, but I want one of the upside plays. But, dude, that's it. The ones far at the money with no time, like the ones we held, those are still elevated, but it's not, like, crazy. Oh, come on. It's still not letting me order shit. Boo. Well, never mind. Yeah, my Baba's open, but my E-Trade's doing it again. Hold on, I got to reset. Yeah, I can't even make a trade. I was going to look at some of the short-term downside Baba, and then if you miss on that, if it keeps going, then you're screwed. Otherwise, monetize the short-term and then try to buy the dip. But, yeah, I think I missed. Again, I just saw him go up 30% in front of me. Jim talking about Baba. I got to look at the long-term, though. Again, Baba was great. You can't make orders as well? Odd. But mine's been doing that in the morning. I don't know if it's just me or not. I mean, Baba is the most expensive it's been, bro. This is actually wild. Remember, we talked about these levels a while ago, but I really am kind of shocked how great it is doing. MSTR, huge candle. All right, let me get back to this. SPY's coming down a little bit lower. And a firm calls, way to post the play. You're about to hit 140 on Baba, though. So, look, it's still breaking out. Again, the calls out the money, I want more of them, but we got rid of them, and there's no, like, cheap ones, essentially. Okay, I actually got one. I'm trying something, but I did make a move on Baba. I'm trying to scam the market maker right now. He won't give in. Okay, 140 on Baba. That's a big deal. Yeah, they won't fill. All right. All right, there was a shot there. I got one. Rose Tarot, thank you, baby. Good morning. Intel climbing, and then SPY a little lower. All right. Affirm, I still want. Meta's already coming up too. Today's the 20th. We're already down a quarter. Again, we're going to have a little bit of data. But we'll see. Again, Baba's still holding. I want to see another one. FXI kind of ripping. Again, the yen, people were talking about rate cuts. And the rate hikes again, and then the data, and then Meta's going back to green. Everything is in the red right now by a quarter. NASDAQ's actually doing decent, but I think that's an interesting. We're not getting, you don't know who the leader is right now. Intel is coming back. That's good. Those plays from yesterday are down, but some of the other ones came back up. Okay. The next set of data, what is it? Oh, I mean, tomorrow you're going to get a little bit more. We're waiting for the Fed speakers today. But for today, I think you are just going to be getting the, I think, Fed balance sheet at 1:30. And then tomorrow we're going to get final consumer sentiment as well as existing home sales. STXS. Merc up 1. Yeah, again, I've heard a lot about like Chinese robotics, and then Baba's still going. So there was that one. My goodness, dude, I need to check out that one in the long term. I want to see another China play. Tesla at the low. Baidu's even coming up. They underperform. SMCI, where's Palant? Again, the China names are like running, bro. That one is wild. Where the fuck is this one? Yeah, bro. And then this ADI from yesterday, that one's up 1,000%. Jeez. I'm going to sell one and keep the other one. Okay. And then my first play, I think I already made that one free now. Yeah. Gold or any, yeah, the Baba is insane. That's what I'm saying. So I went for premium play early. I just went for the cheapest, literally one set premium I could find. I made it free, and then again, we have an ADI. That thing might go 2,000%. You got one more that might go in the money. So do what you got to do. Microsoft took off. Oh, I forgot about those. Yeah, we had that one yesterday too. But those are doing very well. Oh, what happened to Editas? I forgot about that. AMD turning. Watch if Intel comes up, and then again, you have the ADI. Intel already came down. Meta is trying to come back after going down. AMD doing good. There's SMCI again. Where does this stack up compared to yesterday? Thank you for Baba in the law term. It's a good one, man. I'm glad we have it. Now let's see if we could get a downside Baba play, bro. That's the next step. Okay, I made another move on Baba. Let's see. Israel Dermer expected to meet with White House Witkoff on Thursday. Oh, I forgot about the other spy play, too. The firm gave it all up. I want to go look into the long term. SMCI go in, see if that takes off like yesterday. Let's see Palantir. It's not bad, but it did lose a lot more from what we already had. I thought it could get real crazy on that one. Where is the long term? So what are we up on Baba now? So Alibaba in the long term, you're literally sitting at 90%. So yeah. So again, that one's over. If you think it's like a dime, it is technically a diamond, but and even Baidu is up 12% in the long term. That one has a little bit more, but yeah, bro, that's it. Baba, I would not really be going for more of that. Essentially, I'd wait till it comes back down. Because remember, you even secured a dividend, so that's another piece of the puzzle too. Oh, where is that dude? Baba's going. Oh, that's it. That is it. Uber on the high now again. Bro, Baba 142. I mean, you did have several years to buy Baba. I agree with you on that. Dude, Baba's now just squeezing. So the out-the-money premium plays are still kind of holding up, but they're not going too nuts. I tried to go play the short right there and just got blown out. I lost 20% immediately. But either way, I think Baba, if it starts squeezing like this just might be where the momentum's at today. Because that's it. It's going to either have a big-ass drop or now 147 leading into 160. No exaggeration. Those are the next levels. It just starts to, again, the tail end of this. I'm mad I sold that other play on it now. Yeah, you're about to hit 100% on Baba in the long term. Need a little bit more. I think at 154 or 150, you'll be at like 100%. Palantir 103. SPY still near the low of the day. Bonds trying to go up. Again, the quantitative tightening comments from Besant this morning were all favorable, but I'm surprised it's not there. Again, ADI, that one's still up. And now SPY taking another candle lower. Sadly, the premiums are not going up that much. $29. I have an idea. Oh, Baba. It's crazy. Yeah, bro. Dude, it's actually getting very squeezy there as it starts to move. My goodness. All right. So puts from yesterday are moving up a little bit. So where are we at? 611. All right. Now those puts from yesterday are really running. We just need $200. All right. Beautiful. All right. I made my SPY put free from yesterday. So now we got 2 free SPY puts about to go in the money. Woo! That candle, yeah, that got a little bigger. So, but not bad. I already had those from yesterday. I might try to balance it out with a call here, but let's give it a second. Yeah, you got no headlines for now. You had the Israel thing not too long ago. That was literally the only one. Bro, those 612s. Lutnick talking about taxing cruises. That was in his rant. Was that from yesterday? Yeah, I think that one's just been selling off all day. We might be behind on that. No, I'm going to give it a second. We'll keep writing those out. Yeah, RCL, I got that in the bottom right. I think you might be behind, though. They're already 7. If that was from where he was talking about abolish IRS, I think that just played out from the morning. So see if you get a little bit of a bounce there. You are kind of moving. Again, you're just getting the general movement we had the last couple of days. That one was just a little aggressive. Brian, welcome. And Amnest. UPS on the high. Joint Kyiv press conference with U.S. envoy Kellogg in Ukraine canceled at U.S. request. So now we just canceled a meeting with Zelensky. Remember, he canceled the other one the other day to go to Saudi, and now we just canceled one of the other envoys. Oh, that other ADI came down. Intel, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me if it did. You know, Intel. Delta on the low. Delta down 1.6. Kind of a little mini pop there on LMT, but not anything too crazy. Defense stock still kind of clobbered. SPY still going down. Again, those options from yesterday are now about to get in the money, and they're doing good. $250 on Baba, baby. Well, good work, man. Very, very happy. That one, even for the long term, man, it was a good one. I actually just got worked on my other Baba play. The first one hit. And then again, now you're about to go. Let's see if we get in the money on these. But bonds dropping a little. Okay, making another move. And then I'm going to chill till we start getting headlines. I don't think it's a reaction to the jobs number. Again, it's a boring-ass week. And now the Walmart wasn't good, but Baba was. And then overseas, you got more with Japan and a couple of other things. So I just think we're in a wild one. All right, yeah, they just canceled that Kyiv thing. Let's see where it takes us. I can't believe Baba's still holding up. Bro, that AGI flipped. We were about to go, or was it ADI? Yeah, we were about to be in the money on that one. I sold the other one at $1. And then Molina on the high. Gold or Guild is going up. And Amgen. Don't forget about Biomarin. That was another one. SPY trying to move here, but it's kind of dancing. Again, watch bonds. NASDAQ's down 0.4. Russell's down 0.7. Everything's actually pretty bad. Yeah, Intel just got drilled. I thought it was about to go. I did that a couple of times yesterday. Where's NVIDIA? Microsoft's killing it. Russia President Putin holds phone call with Saudi Arabia Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Bro, Microsoft is killing it. So that one's holding up great too. So keep in mind, even though it's there, Trump team eyes cuts at office that funds disaster recovery. New York Times. That's coming out now. Airbnb kind of dumping. I mean, I think it's just with everything. But I don't see anything like nuts. XLV and healthcare. So pay attention. There's a lot of push and pull right now. Because Baba's going to the moon. XLV from yesterday. There's a few names. Microsoft. And then other names are getting pulled, and then you're getting a couple of these war headlines right now. Putin thanks Saudi Crown Prince for hosting Russia-U.S. talk. Bro, Baba's at 144. I just got worked on those short-term plays there again, but now I don't know if the other ones have came back. No, the out of the monies now. They juiced a little bit, but they won't go up. Puts are just got worked. Carvana big down. Look at Tesla at the bottom. SPY near the low. Carvana's down 12. Zillow now. That was a leader yesterday. Intel is not doing good at all. All the China plays. K-Web, Pinduoduo, JD. Every single one of them. I mean, but Baba is the one ripping through. Trump team plans deep cuts at office that handles recovery of big disasters. New York Times, that's hitting again. Russia and Saudi will continue to cooperate firmly within the framework of OPEC+. Check oil. Yeah, it seems like cruises are getting worked off the Lutnick comments. Again, SPY just got pounded into the ground right there. I mean, you're almost down 1% here to start, at least the Russell, NASDAQ 0.5. And then everything is in its own little world, though. Give it 9 more minutes, but I would argue today's still 50-50. So don't be fooled by some of these moves. Even though you're going down in some names more than others, you do have others that are doing good. Yeah, MO from yesterday. Johnson & Johnson, again, those healthcare names, they keep going up. And then SPY just hugging that low. Yeah, might go Palantir at 100. How do y'all feel about that? Isn't this thing about to either break or Drake? I don't know. Palantir's expensive. I can't believe after watching those puts yesterday. So good luck on that, but that is coming down. Q's falling off a cliff. Russell's doing the worst, but yeah, everything's down about 0.5%, as much as 3/4. Now NVIDIA, there's Alibaba finally. NVIDIA's in the red. Watch Palantir if it's going to go below 100. SMCI now, that one flipped as well. You had HIMS yesterday. Damn, they're down 10% too. So that one just had to wait a little bit. DeVita, then you had DNA. And then there's SPY now. So SPY puts are in the money from yesterday. And then any other calls will start to get washed. FXYs are moving. All right. Yeah, bro. NVIDIA, I got 2 of those. I thought that was Tesla. Yeah, but all of them. And then Microsoft's holding up. And then now you got a big cheat clay. So watch if big tech starts to come down. Kremlin says Moscow and Riyadh to keep OPEC plus cooperation. Lutnick says he doesn't see tariff policy causing a recession. So again, 6-1-12, you're flushing even more. All right. Oh, that's a daily. Oh, okay. Bitcoin stocks dumping. Hold on, see again. Now that the remaining put off, I was about to go to $2 from 40. And then NVIDIA, XOS on the high. Looks like a small cap energy. Again, that was your first. I mean, you haven't really had a green candle to start off. It's still early. Yeah, XOS on the high. Sudan recalls ambassador to Kenya. Let's see if that holds. If this keeps going, the premiums are really going to juice. If not, they should come back from here. And that bond's starting to catch a candle. Watch again. Whenever Baba and China flips, maybe we'll watch the U.S. flip again, and then they'll take places. But for now, China's good. A couple of other names, and then that's it. Howard Hughes popping again. Remember, you had your boy the other day. All right. I sold one more of the dailies. I got one more free one, and then I balanced it out with the call. But yeah, that was good move from yesterday. Nice. Beautiful. So the plays from yesterday set us up really nice. That's set. Carvana cost per unit. I think Carvana should have been bankrupt and then it didn't. And then I just stick to normal vending machines now, like with Cheetos and Doritos and shit. But otherwise, I don't even know about Carvana. Philip Morris and then MO on the high. They're both going. And then Palant breaking, UPS on the high. All right, beautiful. Guild fit, dude. Remember we were talking about Guild when it was like low as a value play, and then that thing went crazy. But yeah, Guild is actually ramping up even right now. Baba's coming down a little bit, so let's see if this is finally it or not. My puts came back a little bit. They got worked earlier, and then the other calls are still holding. K-Web is actually insane. That's why I trimmed some of those a couple days ago, but whatever you have left, it might be I have a K-Web, and the spread is like literally like 30 cents. And then those SPY calls or puts are still holding up. Jeez. So again, you're still near the low. We haven't really bounced out of it. Media blaming Walmart. That would make some sense, but I do feel it. Give me 3 minutes and I'll get you guys a checkup. I feel like today is a lot of 50-50, and then we didn't really react yesterday. So again, like the plays I had, they were just puts from yesterday. So it's not like it was a weird one. Now it's running even more. So the puts, again, we're in the. I have one in the money for now. Yeah, the puts are really pretty. I'd say I'm holding the last one till the end of the day. I already have calls for the same money. We got profit and the amount back for the new investment. So we either ride this wave down or not, or whenever you want to call uncle, you can. Yeah, Intel dumping too. Hey, man, baby. Call real estate for all your real estate needs, baby. Hey, man. I sent like 5 over in the last 24 hours. Lutnick, tariffs will not cause recession or inflation. Yeah, low ticker is getting up there. TLT now starting to take off a little bit more. Again, Walmart's near the low. Intel just dumped, bro. Intel's going to give up the whole move now. It's actually not bad, but we'll see how tomorrow plays out. Roblo flushing. And now Baba's coming down. Let's see. Oh, no shit. Bro, my Baba puts are green now. They just smashed me, and now it's back to green. Damn. All right, I'll take it. This is not a flash crash, sir. No, but you are down 1% on the NASDAQ, 1% on the Russell, 0.7 on SPY and Dow. Hub's on the low. Again, Baba's starting to come down. Watch what happens with any of the China ones. Because like I said, once China starts dipping, maybe we watch the dynamic switch around here a little bit. Yeah, low ticker's still going, man. And then MO and a couple value plays still up. You are at 608 now, 84. My goodness. I don't know if it's a mix of the tariff sentiment. I think some of this stuff from yesterday, and then the fact that we were just running up kind of on thin air too. But I think you're just back now into the range. You are lower than Tuesday, but yeah. Until if we break down from here, then we have a problem, because then you give up all of last week. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's kind of stubborn here. But it doesn't mean I'm not going to close my play though. I'm surprised those Babas just slashed me down 50%. Now they're up 20. So they're just volatile. Leading index minus 0.3. Estimate was minus 0.1. So data just came in a little weaker. Watch the bonds still. Value names are doing good. It's now been 30 minutes. Let me get you guys a checkup. Let's see where we stand right now. Dow Jones, 5 names in the green. 25 in the red, NASDAQ 35 green, 66 red, and then SPY 190 green, 311 red. So I was wrong. There's actually way more downside. You're actually leaning 60, 70% red, while everything else is or the small portion is green. All righty. Yeah, TLT's even doing good now too. And then now those other plays like really, really rocketed. I'm gonna sell the last one, bro. They just went to $3 from like a couple of pennies. So I sold the last put that I had from yesterday. I'm down to buy it back, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. That one was crazy though. It was like 600-700%. No news. From the top rope. All right, well, get ready. I'm going to try to double dip on that SPY put, but for now, that might be it. What was it? Yeah, the 610? Beautiful. Honestly, where's the other one? All right. Yeah, there's nothing has even came out. You got Eurozone confidence now. Look at the bonds, though, but it just seems like the last couple of days you had whatever little, cash open runs and seemed like we were doing nothing. Today was just, there was no money at the cash open. Everything just dumped. I mean, there was tariff talks and all of that, but again, the market wasn't taking that negatively. Sadly, I just think this is movement. I wouldn't even try to attribute this to anything like crazy. Okay, watch the Babas. All I did was take profits on shit and then move things around. I'm going to chill now. But I would like another SPY put, but I think we really just maximized those. And then fucking Intel is getting worked. Yen, there's data, and then it depends on what they do with the rate hikes. I would watch it, though, but remember, there's still been a lot with the dollar, but the yen is it looks like it's going to align with that quantitative tightening stuff. All right, coming up. There was a lot of the war stuff. That could be it, but I think a lot of the war stuff is stupid. Yeah, it's very weird. And the fact that we had deals and then the backing out of it, but the market has had a pretty limited effect. PayPal. What was it? Palantir. I already have Palantir up here. Palantir's crazy, man. That one's been a fun time. All right, see, if this bounce don't turn into a bounce, you're going to get worked. And then we're going to do the next drop. But like I'm saying, if this holds, all you did was just take yourself a little bit lower now than Friday, and then we come back up. And then that was it. Otherwise, if it breaks any time lower from there, you're going to kind of work your way into a lower end of the range. And then there's Baba. Microsoft's still holding up too, but they started coming down. And there's NVIDIA off the bottom, Visa on the low. Meta open source AI news. I'll take a look. Not moving yet. But again, SPY's trying to even bounce off the bottom. They move open source to make Llama standard. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if that'll cause a pop. Yeah, they're preparing the open source AI to go to market. Again, they already have Llama, but see, I'd watch Microsoft again. They were the ones making some headlines yesterday. Boeing, a little bit off the bottom again. See what the SPY does here. That could be nice. And then Bob, U.S. regulators need to be tougher on Boeing. Trump, U.S. DOT deputy nominee. Yeah, I see that one too. Again, Boeing even got some hits yesterday on the statements, but I mean, I think it held up pretty well. That ADI is back up to 1,000%. So yeah, we'll see if we catch a bid. Russia extends gasoline export ban for non-producers for 6 months since March. All right. Damn, JP Morgan. Watch financials. They sold off yesterday. Those puts were not. I mean, hey, we just maximized the shit out of them. So, I don't know. But they're still they're kind of expensive, to be honest. They haven't even came down that much. Even some of the other calls are still holding. So, just to start off the morning, there's a a lot of premium still is kind of embedded. It's still very, very early. So we just kind of started moving around. Are we in members only? We are. Not the stream. Anybody could listen, but if you want to chat, we're going to need 2,000 likes. If you want the Newswire and the Chat Adonia. Well, yes. Very small fee. Scheinbaum headline. So Mexico president, watch out if we start coming down here. Expects 25 to be a good year despite economic growth, despite uncertainty from tariff threat. XLF financial selling. Some value going up, but again, you do have a slight tilt negative today. NASDAQ, you got 1% down. Russell 1-1. Dow is about to be 1% down. And the SPY, that is actually the one doing a lot better right now. I made an X with those charts. I did, right? The two going up and the two going down. That's funny. All right, those puts coming right back up, man. Gold would be rocketing. No, not at all. I've told you guys many times, you know, when there is liquidation, like gold is actually doing good, but I have seen many bad days and gold goes down. So that's why I always told you guys, wait for the confirmation. You don't always need to be early. But in this case, I don't even think we're moving off of a fear. I just think this was a lot of tension built up. We did nothing, and then we'll see where it ends up. But yesterday, quantitative tightening, people liked it. But remember, there's been just a lot of divergences, a lot of push and pull. There's just so many things that half the market wants extreme bad, the other half wants extreme good. So it's a nice dynamic. But yeah, Dow hits 1% down now. So again, a couple names still holding, but generally everything has flipped here now on the day. TAI, there's BABA coming lower now. Oh, BABA. Goldman. China, Russia to deepen strategic coordination, Wang Yi says. That is one of the trade advisor people. Okay, I just made another move on BABA. I'm going to balance out some of the moves because that other put is working a little bit. You didn't miss any Pfizer, no. You did, yeah. I mean, healthcare was really, really good yesterday in general. But, yeah, they have been kind of up here. But, again, XLV is through the roof right now. So, as the market's dumping last 48 hours, XLV has done very, very good. Yeah, Russia and Wang Yi meet at the G20. And then SPY near the bottom right here. Apple, VKTX on the high. Griffin says uncertainty in U.S. makes it difficult to invest. Thanks, Ken. Grand Rising. Oxy on the high. I haven't seen energy. CVS on the low. Bonds are coming down, actually. Good call on that. They weren't getting that bid, and you had all the other stuff. Yeah, Wang Yi deep in coordination with Russia and China. Philip Morris tobacco plays. That's been moving all morning. And then Microsoft gave up all those gains. They were leading. And then NVIDIA's on the low. Amazon's on the low. Meta, Tesla. Yeah, all the big tech, everything. Small, large. Yeah, just after 3 days of the slow melt. But see, stocks haven't gone lower in 10 minutes. Bonds came down a little bit. General, same vibe as last 10 or 20. And then we'll see. Intel. Oh, Intel maybe has to fill that gap. All right, SPY's still holding here. Again, healthcare as well. I just keep seeing a lot of them. And then a couple of the biotechs are still moving up too. Editas chilled today after that crazy one yesterday. Analog. Analysts gave Palantir a 9.9 rating. I did not see that. I mean, people like Palantir. I don't know what to say. It's one of those things where people, they really like it, man. They really, really like it. Added some Nike to the long term. Not bad. Nike is kind of flush in there, though. I think most healthcare, again, even MRK, you guys have been on that. You saw Guild earlier. That one's running. All these healthcare names are killing it, actually. So be on the lookout for that. FXY. Palantir, I'm just going to play it when it moves. But then again, I don't like the premiums. Oh, City's flushing again. Remember yesterday we had the USB and the bank flush. I think all the financials are down. SPY trying to come up. Again, more healthcare, more Merck, more Pfizer, all of that still going. And then Eli Lilly now. NVO even. And then watch Baba's chilling here. But yeah, Palantir, the options are expensive. If we could get some sort of early headline like we did yesterday, I'm going to go for it. But without that, I'm going to kind of need a catalyst, to be honest. There wasn't really downside news. I mean, there was tariff talk. Bessent seemed pretty favorable. I don't think the data moved too much. And then you had bad Walmart, but I don't know if that was, again, I think we got a little bit of movement, but we'll see where we end the week in the day. But I don't think this was anything too crazy. VIX moving. I mean, people have been talking about those VIX calls. O on the high. If you guys remember yesterday, even though the bonds are up a little bit, O is actually nuts. Yeah, I don't know if this is all the real estate names, especially with financials down. Yeah, it's kind of like the consumer sentiment, but then again, I don't know if that'd be enough to kill us. But then it's like this was only a 1% move after slowly climbing up. And then you on the reverse side, you had Baba do very well. So there's another part of the market that is also outperformed. So I wouldn't read too much into it. I just think, a couple days of up, we'll get a day where it goes down, and then, you vibe from there. Yeah, bro. Now, Baba, we have more Baba than Netflix now, and Disney, and 3M, and Nike, and Snap. Yeah, that thing grew very, very nice. Good work, Baba. TTD Pop. Even the SPY coming back up, again, it's slow, but if it turns into getting back up, the calls will move. But if it keeps going at this pace, then nah. China. TTD. Popping. And, well, remember, you have NVIDIA earnings next week. Again, Microsoft was good. That's the thing. Microsoft is the best out of all the big tech, so I kind of like that. And I don't think people are that tripping out. VIX, baby. It's still up there. Let's see how this move plays out. Let's see where we go from here. And then Baba's starting to turn up. This could be fun. I mean, the VIX, we talked about it. It's like high and low at the same time, but it's higher than any point in the last couple of days. You know, and everyone was talking about it. But now if it falls back, you'll be into the same range from a couple days ago. No, I'll answer your SPY question later. That's why I didn't answer it the first time. I think there's a lot I want to play some stuff right now, or I want to see where we go. I just hit some killer moves right there. That's why I'm excited. But we have to, I don't know where this is going to end up, but it's been a while since we've moved 1% in the first 30, 45 minutes. Yeah, literally all I did was SPY and Baba today, took profits on that ADI, and then we got one more of those left. But yeah, Baba's starting to move now. See where Microsoft is. SPY near the high. Again, we got rid of our last put. I want to double dip that, but let's see what the calls did. Calls are down, but not too much, surprisingly. Yeah, the puts are just out. They're going to be elevated all day now after that. That's what kind of sucks. So now it's going to take like an hour to reduce all of that put premium, or you need like a fat move up. Where is Walmart? Let's take a look. But yeah, you are coming down to VWAP. VWAP move lower. Watch if Microsoft starts to go. Cattle. I saw that one a couple times. That one's still 25%. Russia bans gasoline. That was a little bit earlier. Bitcoin. Oil's still kind of stable. Summit on the high again. You're right below VWAP. Let's see. We either get above it and then you look a little bit more reasonable. You are near the low of like Tuesday. Otherwise, if we come back down, so it's either you hold the last 3-day range or you go to the other 3-day range. Elon Musk to appear at conservative group meeting CPAC on Thursday. That's today. So we're going to hear from Elon at a PAC conference. And then watch the bonds, GME on the high. And then Kimberly Clark. So yeah, GME breaking out into the high for those of you who would like to sell any used PlayStation games. Other than that, that's all you. All right, we've been here for just under an hour. What a day, bro. What a day. Goolsby, is he talking right now? Before new uncertainties, path to 2% look good. Oh, shut up, Goolsby. JD Vance. Oh, wait. This is the CPAC thing.
He's going to make it so that there aren't future victims, which we have to make sure we prevent. So thank you. And we have a president now in the United States of America that
I'm trying to find Goolsby.
He's going to make it so that there aren't future
But yeah, this is the thing. JD Vance is going to speak here.
Thank you.
And then Elon. So you might get something, actually.
Gordon
Is GME still
wrote
going?
A very important resolution. By the way, these resolutions were supported by all the nations that were assembled at our second annual CPAC.
All right, well, I'm going to go to the bathroom, but
we are working
this is the CPAC thing.
But as entities outside government to push for these policies.
So again, you're going to get Elon and JD Vance here.
Important resolution to combat the Chinese regime, the communist regime in China. And I want all of these despots and dictators
Ryan Cohen hates you.
that Donald Trump
Go
might
join
talk to
Ryan
you.
Cohen. Don't join me.
He might
Go
make
be
you
his
feel
friend.
like you're
Don't pump
welcome
to
because
here.
that's part of his
He's going to
job.
kill all of you.
But in the end,
He has
we
zero
have a president
mercy.
that's going to stop you
Yeah.
cold in your tracks.
I got to go to the bathroom.
And all of
I'll be
these
right back.
countries accepted that resolution as well. And perhaps my favorite resolution, I wish I had it here and could read to you on my phone, but I think I have the gist of it, which is we have a message to the globalists. Last year, Mercy and I stood on this stage and we said globalism, at CPAC, globalism was going to die. I thought that was an audacious statement. I thought we'd just say it, right, Jerry? Let's just say it. And then it happened. It's kind of amazing. And so our message to the globalists is, no matter whether you're at the World Economic Forum, the WHO, the EU, you can boo at any time, UN, no matter who is trying to tell you as a mom or a dad, as a church member, as a teacher, as a cop, no matter who is trying to tell you what pronouns you should use, how you should pray to your God, how much you believe your country is racist, all that's over. And a part of that is, and this is a great way to start, we just had Natasha out here and the great pastor from Arizona who was with us on the campaign trail in Arizona. Can we all just thank God for giving us a president
Amen.
who knows how to lead? And I'll expand that to a great young vice president who knows how to lead. All these resolutions passed. I don't know how CPAC became a global brand fighting the globalists with people here from like every country all over the world, but let's go with it because it seems to be working just fine.
And I want to leave you with this. You are the reason because President Trump is in the White House today. All of you, each and every one of you, fought hard, stood up, shared this incredible, optimistic message that we need to save America and, in essence, save the world. So I want to thank you all personally from the bottom of our hearts as being part of this incredible CPAC family, because you all have made the difference in this past election.
It's the truth.
So we honor you. We appreciate you so much.
So, we've talked long enough.
Yes,
Let's get this
let's
show on
get
the road.
going.
I think you have something big that you want to announce
All
that's
right,
coming out
okay.
here. Good luck. I'll be in the wings making sure you do a good job.
Okay, Dad. All right, all right. All right, gang, are you all ready? Okay. So, there's this young guy, with this beautiful family, with this beautiful wife that is actually just a shining star right now in American politics. Marine veteran, former Ohio senator, one of the coolest guys I think around, and one of the best communicators.
Oh, yeah,
in
they're
this
bringing him
Trump
out now.
administration.
So about to be J.D. Vance.
Please, let us applaud together. Let us welcome
Witkoff expected
the
to speak on
greatest
phone with Qatari
Vice
PM of
President
second phase of deal.
America, J.D. Vance.
Nutrient says tariff costs to be borne by farmers. NTR. What kind of intro music is that? Baba coming down. Goolsby, if tariff raises prices, Fed has to think about it. And then again, NTR made a comment towards tariffs. Nutrient. And then, we're about to have a Mr. J.D. Vance right now. So let's see. Hey, guys. Hey, thank you. I see you. Hello.
Thank you. Thank
USA. USA. Bro, I can't lie, bro.
Thank you.
I love an impromptu USA chant.
It's great to see
You know what I'm
too.
saying?
You've been like on a
So,
whirlwind.
hey, USA.
Yeah.
USA.
Jet lagged or no?
Yes, I am
Okay.
a little jet lagged. So we did a trip where we went to France and then to Germany, and then we went to San Diego for a family wedding, and then back in D.C., and we did all that in like 7 days. So
Okay.
a little jet lagged, that's okay.
What's a wasting taxpayer money?
I'm in a good place right now.
Why would you
That's the
fly?
West.
You should have walked. I thought
We're
Doge.
ready, but it's a real special
Give the
day.
money
You know
for
what today
condoms.
is, guys? It's February 20th. That means our first 30 days. The happy 1 month.
The first 30 days.
Of the Trump-Vance administration. I mean, how exciting is that?
It's very exciting. It's hard to believe we've only been in office for a month, because I think we've done more in a month than Biden did in about 4 years. Yeah. And thank God for that. But, you know,
okay, this is definitely like a Republican rally. So just pay attention if they say anything that can move the market. So some of you might get very patriotic. Some of you might get offended. If you're going to look for opportunity, just listen if he says anything related to policy changes, stuff like that.
In the administration, I know we wouldn't have been here without you, but I think the president is acutely aware that the American people gave us a window to save the country, and that's exactly what we're going to do, and thank God for that, because it's been a hell of a lot of fun the past month.
Okay, so I don't even think we can
Intel's trying to work its way up. Baba to the low now.
I don't even think the press can keep track of all they're doing. I mean, they talk about the shock and awe strategy. Seriously. So when you're looking at this list after list after list, what stands out to you?
Well, speaking of the press, I do think that we've had maybe
cytokinesis on the high. Remember that one?
So,
I don't know. That one gets interesting. It's up 5.
I actually think that their plan was they were going to go all in on anti-Trump and hope that he could save CNN in the same way that he did, frankly, in 2017, because nobody really watched the network until he became president in 2017. But that's maybe the one thing I think the president has been unable to do, unable to save the CNN's ratings over the last few months.
Macy's up 1-3. Watch it, that develops to something.
Is recognized.
Again, anything up today should catch your attention, considering NASDAQ still down 3/4.
His actions, border crossing, well over 90%, and we're just getting started. He recognizes that we have to really unlock the engine of American growth. We've got to get back to having a growing economy that creates good jobs and high wages for the American people. And a lot of that goes back to drill, baby, drill. We've done more on
watch oil
under President Trump's leadership than I think any administration in history, and that's not an exaggeration.
Oil hasn't moved on anything from Russia to the war today.
I think the third thing that he's tried to do,
I can't turn it up, so watch your speakers.
Elon and all the great folks at Doge is ask, what are we doing with all of the American taxpayers' money, and why are we wasting so much of it on garbage that the American people either aren't aware that we're spending it on or don't want to be spending it on in the first place?
Yeah, Macy's still moving. I'm going to check news. Goolsbee, labor market looks like stable, full employment to me.
Why are we spending money on progressive modern art projects centered around toilets in Afghanistan? That's actually something that your tax dollars were funding until very recently. And I think all of us are sitting around and asking, what the hell have we been doing with the American people's money for the last 4 years?
Unity breaking out.
Turn off the spigot and spend the American
natural gas numbers, 196 draw. Estimate was 193 draw.
Big focus of the administration too.
Let's dig deeper into
I don't see anything on Macy's yet, but that keeps going.
Met many of the victims, people who have family members who have died.
Yes.
Been
Tim Cook spotted walking into the White House.
Those angel families
are
in the hands of these.
I don't see that. Where are you hearing that from?
What's your message
that could be
to
something.
These families? What is your message to these horrific drug cults and human traffickers who have preyed?
I don't see that one confirmed, but Chad put that in the chat.
Well, our message
someone go see if you could confirm that, or be on the lookout for it.
Your free ride is over because President Trump is back in the Oval Office.
Okay, Macy's still going. Spy above VWAP.
You're not welcome. You were never welcome, according to the American people. But unfortunately, you had
a couple other chats saying they see it.
Run free over the United States of America, and Donald Trump has said,
I don't know how huge it'll be, but if you're early enough and then they start talking about it, it might cause a move. Yeah, I already positioned on Microsoft the other day.
But our message, and
Fox Business. So there you go. I think it's getting circulated a little bit more. 10 minutes ago, Apple, Tim Cook walking into the White House. Yes, sir.
To your children, to your grandchildren, and it's got to stop. And of course, we mourn with people. We pray for people, but we're also asking, as their government, why did this happen to your child in the first place? And the answer is that under Joe Biden, your government didn't do its job. Under Donald Trump, it is. Thank God for that.
On the economy, and I'm getting this question all the time, you know, it's this question of affordability, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of stress on our families, something that I think Joe Biden could not manage in terms of really
Intel kind of
helping
woke up
lower
in the
that
spy. You're
cost
back
of
above
living
VWAP. If this
and
lasts,
making things just simply more affordable.
we will be good.
We talked about energy independence being a critical component of this, of ensuring that we unleash this economic prosperity. What more needs to be done?
Yeah, so one of the first interviews I did, it was, I think 6 or 7 days after the inauguration, and somebody asked me, in 6 days, what have you guys done to fix the inflation crisis created by Joe Biden? I'm like, well, first of all, it's been 6 days. We've done a lot in 6 days, but it's going to take some time to fix what Joe Biden broke over 4 years. And we know it is easy, unfortunately,
I blame you for all of it.
To burn the house down. It takes a little bit of time to build it back up. And here's what
you're the reason.
we have to do. Because
it's
look,
your fault.
The fundamental goal of our immigration policy, of our border policy, of DOD saving taxpayer money, the fundamental goal is we want your children and grandchildren to be able to raise a family in security and comfort in the country that we all love. That is the whole goal of President Trump's agenda. Like safety and prosperity, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty common sense stuff. And we know that to do that, we have to, first of all, unleash American energy. Now, why is
Josh
that
is
so
joking,
important?
by the way.
Because look, if, you know, we all
It's
know
sad you
grocery
have to
prices
clarify
got
that.
too high under Joe Biden's leadership. Well, one of the main drivers of groceries is energy. Because the farmers are paying more for energy, then we're all paying more for what the farmers grow.
Salesforce in talks with Microsoft and Google about cloud deal to handle AI.
For what the truck drivers are delivering to the grocery store.
Yeah, CRM.
That will do more than anything.
Again, if we already have the Google, but CRM had a little pop and lock off that.
Mercedes is we have got to stop spending the American
Fed
people's
Ghouls being
money on
nervous about
garbage.
potential for
Every
supply
dollar.
shocks.
Every dollar
Deal could be worth more than $1 billion over several years.
You have to
That's
pay
related
for,
to the
either
Oracle.
through taxes or through inflation. And if
Macy's, I don't know why the Macy's
people's
moved,
money
but
more
it was
wisely,
going up.
If we stop taxing and spending the American people to death, that's also going to bring to all of the pricing pressures that are out there. We're going to make it affordable to live in this country again. That's our mandate. That's our goal. And you're right. There's a lot more that we can do, but I think we've got a pretty good start after 30 days.
We've got a pretty good start, but we've got this big, beautiful one-bill budget reconciliation scenario. How is that working? What are the dynamics that are happening right now in Congress, and what the administration is doing to ensure that a lot of what the president is wanting to do in terms of really pushing forward with economic
again.
prosperity.
Watch CRM, Oracle, Microsoft. Keep an eye on Apple. Palantir is below 100 again.
Yeah, it's really important. So the Senate obviously has its own approach, and the president has been very clear that his preference is to put everything in one bill.
Right.
And part of that is just
One
simple
bill.
legislative strategy. I think the president has learned a lot about how D.C. works. And I actually talked to the president about this yesterday, and he said to me, look, it's very rare that you can get 2 reconciliation bills done in one Congress, which is why he thinks we've got to do a lot.
Okay, spy, bro, just hugging the VWAP. Kimberly Clark, KMB. That one keeps going up on the high, too. Now Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan. Banks are selling off. Goolsby in 2018, tariffs did not have a material impact on national inflation. Well, see if bonds react to that. That's the first truthful thing somebody on the Fed has said. Yeah, but banks are selling right now.
We've got to make sure that other countries stop taking advantage of us. That's a big part of President Trump's tariff policy, is we got to stop being taken advantage of.
Yeah, Intel wants to, but it's been doing this. Goolsby, the move of tariffs looks like a COVID-sized shock. The more nervous you should be.
We want no taxes on tips. We got to do some of the things we talked about during the campaign. That's got to be part of it. And then finally, and this is really important, everything the president
Okay, SPY down. On the high still. Low ticker picking up velocity-wise, and bonds kind of moving.
For the next 4 years, and we've got to hire more Border Patrol agents. We got to give Tom Homan and Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem the resources they need to secure the border. And just not to return to the border, but I think so many of our issues come back to the border, because if you take 30-40 million illegal
TCOM
aliens.
on the low. This thing's
Medicare
flushing.
Fraud,
It was already
Social
down.
Security fraud. Why are we taking the people's Social Security payments and giving it to illegal aliens? We know that's
Wells
happening
Fargo
in the
now,
United
too.
States of America today.
Oh, all of
We've
them.
gotta
All these
stop it.
banks,
If you
day
can
number 2
control
of that.
the border, Mercedes, you do more to control the fiscal problem, the financial problems that we have in this country than almost anything. Get illegal aliens out of our country, make sure American tax dollars go to American people. That is how you solve the fiscal crisis in the United States of America.
Shifting to your incredible speech at the Munich conference. Did you all watch that? I don't know.
Morgan Stanley, Goldman, banks are flushing. That's the last 5. I think that's what's even bringing the SPY down.
Okay.
Bro, that's day number 2.
Not everybody liked it. Good to see you. Thank you.
Discover, another financial on the low. Look at the low ticker. Most of it is literally financial names right now. High ticker just dried up. You're back here to one of the first lowers. Remember, if we go any lower than here, you fall back into like the lower end of last week's range. If we bounce from here, you stay within Friday till now.
Because there was obviously some of these European leaders that, they were a little uptight about it. It stressed them out just a little bit.
A little bit.
But you talked about the greatest threats in Europe.
Yeah. So, look, the greatest threat in Europe, and I'd say it was the greatest threat in the United States until
Baba
about
is
30
starting to
days
fade
ago,
a little more,
is
still
that
up
you've
9.
had the leaders of the West.
There's no gold in
decide
Fort Knox. Gold
that
will
they
go
should
crazy.
Send millions and millions of unvetted foreign migrants into their countries. That is the biggest threat to Europe. And frankly, it remains, by the way, the biggest threat to the United States because, yes, we've got 4 years of President Trump's leadership, but I guarantee you, if the Democrats ever get power again, they're going to try to do it again. We cannot rebuild Western civilization. We cannot rebuild the United States of America.
I don't know why banks are dying. It could be some of the Europe stuff. O keeps ripping from yesterday. If you guys were here, that O move has not stopped.
But it's got to stop there. And a related issue, Mercedes, is you can't just stop it. You have to allow European peoples, and of course the American people too, to
J&J, more healthcare, and
issues
TXN.
about it. You have to allow free speech to debate
The
this
10-year,
stuff.
yeah, I've been
You
watching
have
it.
to stop
I don't know if
doing
you see. Just
things
wait till that
to
thing comes down.
populations of the
Then you'll have a
world.
problem.
You've got to give the populations of the world the opportunity to speak up and say, no more of this BS. We want borders. We want sovereignty. We want to be able to speak our own mind in our own country. And I guarantee you, if we don't allow free speech, and of course, the Biden administration, I made this point, Mercedes, the Biden administration did more to destroy free speech, not just in the United States.
As he gets silenced. Kulo said, cut that shit out. Oh, I guess.
But that is the future for our shared civilization.
Okay, more banks selling off. SPY's holding off a little better, but I really believe this downside pressure is being caused by that.
Remarkable that's happening at CPAC is, and we had our second CPAC National Summit yesterday, and we have many of these conservative European leaders with us today.
Keep going, Baba.
With us
Keep
today,
going,
where
yalla.
we stand in solidarity because they have an opportunity to basically
All right.
make
I got rid of my
Europe
Baba
great
puts.
again,
It
make
paid
this
for my
great
call
again,
and
make
gave me
America
money.
great again. And so
I
in
still just
essence,
got one.
I think,
I balanced it out
your message
earlier.
was
I took
very
the
well
profits on the
received by
puts
many
now.
of those conservative leaders across the globe. But what does this mean with the U.S. now that, in giving that speech? What does this mean with the U.S.'s relationship with Europe?
Well, look, obviously, we're going to continue to have important alliances with Europe, but I really do think the strength
Yeah, it was good.
of
The
those
puts went up
alliances
200-300%.
depend on whether we
I was
take
down
our
50%
societies
within like 2
in the
minutes.
right direction. Think about this.
It was actually kind of
Germany's
wild.
entire
And then
defense
Florida sues
is
Target for
subsidized
defrauding
by the
shareholders.
taxpayer. There are
Hold on,
thousands
check
upon
Target.
thousands of American troops in Germany today.
for about DEI, court records show. I don't know if that's going to cause a move. We're a little early on it, and it's low, but watch how that one plays out. Keep an eye on it.
So the point that I try to make to our European friends, and I think that they're our friends. I believe that. I know President Trump does, is that friendship is based on shared values. You do not have shared values if you're jailing people for saying we should close down our border. You don't have shared values if you cancel elections because you don't like the result, and that happened in Romania. You do not have shared values.
They did not like this speech last time.
If you're so afraid of your own people that you silence them and shut them up. So let's have shared values. Let's defend democracy. Let's have free expression, not just in the United States, but all over the Western world. That is the path to strong alliances in Europe.
Amen.
We had Ambassador Rick Riddell with us yesterday.
Amen.
He'll be on the CPAC stage.
Oh, it's still going.
These conferences. He has like 3 jobs or 4 or 5.
Yes, he
but,
does.
I mean, watch that target. I'm going to keep it up there. Move Baba. I got 1 free call now, but we already got out of the puts. Those hit.
Moving forward in terms of these negotiations in bringing peace.
Pay the blood, baby. Let's go.
It's early.
Let's go, man. That's your first super chat, too.
President Trump, what makes him such
Mr.
an effective
Maffei.
negotiator, I've seen this in private, is that he doesn't take anything off the table. When he walks into negotiation,
Bro,
he
banks
says,
are still just
"Everything's
getting
on."
mollywopped
Of course,
right
that
now.
makes the heads
Again,
explode
SPY holding up a little
in the
better.
American
Same with
media
bonds.
because
We
they
haven't
say,
moved.
Why are you talking to Russia? Well, how are you going to end the war unless you're talking to Russia? You've got to talk to everybody involved
Oracle
in the fighting
CFO
if you
on
actually want to bring
CNBC.
the close.
They just had
And I
that
know the
headline.
president does. But
SPY might start to go down. The low ticker, look at the velocity
I'll tell you
bars.
the goals that
Still pretty
animate
active.
President Trump's policy, it's really simple. He wants the killing to stop. He wants to bring lasting peace to Europe. He doesn't just want to stop it now and have the war restart a month from now. He wants to bring lasting peace to Europe because
Okay, bonds are moving.
This, and he's absolutely right. Peace is in the interest of Russia. It's in the interest
Everything,
of
every
Ukraine.
bank, Morgan
It's in the
Stanley,
interest of
Citi,
Europe,
Goldman,
but most
they're all
importantly,
going down. This was
peace is in the
yesterday's
interest of
theme,
the American
but it
people
just
and
kind of
the fight
spilling over
forward
here to the
for
morning. I think
remainder of
a
this
couple of other
administration.
names stabilized,
Whenever war
but
breaks out,
the banks
he's
are going
going to be
down
the
while
president
healthcare
of
goes up.
peace. Now,
It's been
he,
like
of
that for
course,
about 2 days
is
now.
A very good negotiator, a very good businessman. He recognizes that a lot of these issues are tough. It's going to take a smart statesman to figure this stuff out, but we've got that in the White House, and I really believe that we're in the cusp of peace in Europe for the first time in 3 years because we have leadership from the Oval Office, and we haven't had it in 4 years in this country.
Wow.
Matt and I mentioned this right when we started the
Move a little
conference.
more.
We're
10% gains I made to the
president
long term. That's good, baby.
messages that
I hope you're
really
playing with more in the long term than
after
short term, but I'd love to hear that.
atrocity
Amen,
and
baby.
tragedy that we've
Amen.
seen happen, and we have several
Hold
of
it.
the
Make
family
it last
members
forever,
as well
baby.
who
MDT,
still-
J&J, more healthcare, and Abivi.
where their loved ones are still
These Vance
being
comments are hitting the wire, but he's not really saying anything.
detained by Hamas.
1,000 likes to free the chat or the newswire, both.
What is your
It's a
message
2-for-1.
to these
You
hostage
technically only
families
need like 800 more
and
likes,
survivors?
Is that
and there's
President Trump
5,600
loves you,
people in
hasn't
here.
forgotten your loved ones,
Wow.
and he's going to fight every single day to bring
That's
them.
kinda crazy.
That's exactly what he's been doing, and that's what he'll keep on doing.
Trump plans to cut 84% of the office that funds disaster recovery. That was in the
actually talking
morning.
with one of my best friends about this a couple of days
Can
ago.
I be your
Please.
best friend too?
Yes.
Okay. I think we all want to be your best friend, right? Okay.
Not, well, listen, my girlfriend said
I
if
was talking with him, and he
anybody
was
named
asking-
Mercedes
he
or
was like,
Sparkle
well, I don't
wants to be your
understand.
friend, is a
Why
stripper.
was Biden
But
unable to
she
do
seems
this?
nice. She
And then,
seems
like,
nice.
the
I
minute
think
that
my
Donald
girl will be
Trump
chill
won, we started
with
to
all
make
that.
progress in bringing the hostages home.
I'm just
And I
saying, though,
said,
that's
man,
what my...
it's just a
'cause
question
I tried to
of
tell that to
leadership.
my girl one
You
time. I was
actually
like,
need
yo,
a
this girl
president
Sparkles
who's willing to pick up
wants
the
to be
phone
my
and
friend. It's
say,
not anything.
"You
My
gotta
and then
bring
she's
these
like,
people
yeah.
home." No. We're not focused on that crap right now. We're focused
I actually
on
like the
bringing
name
hostages
Mercedes. I'm
home.
just playing.
And then when the negotiations hit a wall, because they always
Cinnamon,
do,
however,
the
that
president
would be a
picks up
little
the
bit
phone and
more.
says, cut this crap
Yeah.
out. We've got to make progress, and you've got to keep that pace going. It's leadership. It really is, and I saw it behind the scenes. And what the president did is
Carvana flushing more.
Remember, this was before
Right.
we were inaugurated. This is before we had our great
Baba.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio or any of the great people around us. You know, the president sent his dear friend.
Oh, 10 of you are like, my girl's name is Mercedes. It's good. At least it's not cinnamon. I like Mercedes. It's a good name.
Steve, you speak for me. Get it
I
done.
did think
If
he
there
was
are
talking
problems,
about
pick up the
Germany
phone
the
and call
first
me.
half of this, though.
Steve Witkoff with the president's leadership.
Why you
got
keep
it
bringing
done,
that
and
up?
It's amazing. And of course, we still got work to do. We've got to finish the process. But the president is
Okay, SPY
committed to
coming down
this
a little
as
bit more. That
leader of my
XOS still keeps
lifetime.
going
We'll
up.
Keep on fighting for it.
One of the issues that's central to the CPAC community is the issue of pro-life.
Of course.
And what is the administration going
Plant
to do?
again. All right, SPY back to the
And
low. Let me check the
to provide
premiums.
support for
I did
those
not double dip on the
mothers, those fathers
puts.
that choose life.
Sure. Well,
Sure.
you know, one of the things, of course, the president got done during the first term, and I
The
think
puts
that
are
it's
$1
what
lower,
he's
though.
accurately called
But they're
the
still
most
expensive.
pro-life president in American history, is he finally made it possible for the will.
Yeah, bonds
of
got
the
a little bit
people
as we went
to
down.
speak on
Financials
life
still
issues.
selling.
And that
Tech,
was
most of them are down.
Dobbs' decision. What
And then
that
healthcare
did
is
it
and
gave
staples
the
are doing pretty
abortion question
decent.
back to
Albeit
people.
Walmart
It took
is
it
the
out of
drag.
the hands of unelected bureaucrats and unelected judges and gave it back to the people. And I think
Nat gas moving as well.
As you know, Mercedes,
Vance on the
I'm
cusp
very
of peace
pro-life,
in
I'm a
Europe.
devout Christian.
Okay, you're going lower.
We've got to persuade our fellow Americans because now we've got the power. We've got the power of persuasion. We've got to persuade our fellow citizens that unborn life is worthy of protecting. It is sacred in the eyes of God, and it should be sacred in the eyes of man, too. And we have to pick up the torch and fight for that every single day. And I know you guys are up for the task. I am, too. And I think on the administration side, what the president has said, and it's been consistent, it's going to be consistent in the rhetoric and in the policy, is we believe in the Trump administration that babies are good, that families are good, and we want to make it easier for young moms and young dads to choose life, to start and to bring
Wait,
life
is
into
Elon
the
in
world.
this
That's
crowd?
the whole point of our policy. Now,
Let
some
he
of that, of
without
course,
multiple
supported our
baby
great
mamas
crisis
throw the
pregnancy
first stone.
centers at the moment of these important
That's all I'm
healthcare
saying.
decisions, encouraging
And
young
then-
women
you
to
know what I'm
choose
saying,
life
but like-
at that important moment of choice. Some of that is bringing costs down so that young moms and dads don't look to the future and a new baby and say, how can I afford this? And if they're able to
It
actually
is kind of
afford
true, though.
to
Did you
raise a
guys
family,
know
maybe
that
they'll
from the
start thinking of
1979,
babies as the blessings that we all know that they are.
the age of parents
And I
was
think-
dropping, and then after the huge monetary influx,
I think
and then price the
fundamentally,
first wave
this
of
is gonna take
inflation,
a lot of
the average
leadership
age
from
of
the
parents
president
started to
on
go
down,
up.
from every single person
Let me
in
see if
this
I can
room.
find you the
We've
chart.
gotta persuade
But
our
yeah,
fellow
it's an
citizens
interesting
to stop
dynamic
thinking
between
about babies
things
as
being more
inconveniences to be
expensive and
discarded. We've gotta
birthing.
start thinking them as blessings to cherish, and that's exactly what I promise to do.
So now we're going to get personal. This is going to
Okay,
be so
all right.
fun. Your faith.
Yep.
Okay, you're going lower.
Why
Watch out
is
if we
it
break
so
the low now.
important to you?
Spent about
What does
30
it
minutes
mean to you?
dancing at VWAP.
Tell us why, when you go every single day to work, how faith is a part of who you are.
Well, I mean, first is I believe like the fundamental tenet of the Christian faith. It's not just a set of good moral principles, though it is that. I think the fundamental tenet of our faith is that the Son of God became man. He died, and he raised himself from the dead. That is the fundamental tenet of the Christian faith, and I think so much flows from that. And I think one lesson that flows from that is that we shouldn't fear death. Of course, death is a very bad thing, but there are much more terrible things than just losing one's life, and importantly, you can lose
Nike
one's
turned up.
soul. And I think whether it's fighting for the unborn or fighting for peace and security for our citizens, I want us to be the kind of society where my kids can grow up to be virtuous young people, can be
Shopify
good
on the low
young
and AMD,
Christians,
more
of
bank
course,
sales.
That's what I'm trying to raise them to be, and that's what our public policy is trying to do. Creating the space where moms and dads can raise their children in their faith to become good young people who believe the things that I do.
Okay, SPY about to break a new low. Everything else just flushes
of
from
course,
there.
to raise your children as you see fit, but the space for me to raise my kids to be the kind of young people that I think they ought to be. And the other thing that
NVIDIA
I
even
take
dropping
from Mercedes is, if you look at the long history of the Christian faith, we've been around
even
for
Apple.
2,000 years now, give or take a few years, and there have been really dark times in the history.
Yeah, big tech is
of the
starting to
Christian
lead
faith.
lower,
There
but
have been
watch
really
out.
good times
You
in the
have
history
velocity in
of the
favor of the
Christian faith.
downside.
And I just try to remind myself that we put our faith in God above, we put our faith in the grace of God, and we try the best to do His will, and we don't worry so much about whether we're going to have earthly rewards. We worry about whether we're doing right by God Almighty above. That's what I try to do,
Amen.
and that's how I try to run my life in public.
You mentioned raising these children good people and also into good citizens that
Yes.
can contribute to society and to the world. We had so many young people come out and
When was the
support
last time you
Donald
heard
Trump
anything like
and
this
J.D. Vance
in the last 4
this
years?
past election. So
You will
what
get
is your
punished if you
message?
talk
And I
like
really-
this.
What is your message to the young men?
I tell it to you, bro. Even yesterday. Oh, I want to hear
I
this.
guess my
Young men,
message to
listen.
young people generally
Listen.
is
Get
we're
a long
trying to
term.
make your life better. And that is the simple thrust of President Trump's policy is we want you to be able to buy a home. We want you to be able to work a good job.
Wow.
We want you to be able to raise your kids,
Wow.
as I said, according to the values.
I want
that
you to be able to
believe
buy
in.
a home.
We want you to be able to build a nice life in
Amen.
this country that all of us love.
Amen.
That's what we're trying to do. And you guys more than anybody, more than me, I'm talking about people under the age of 30 in particular, you guys are
Amen.
going to have to deal with the consequences of good policy or of bad policy for much longer than the rest of us.
She's right.
I want you guys to think about
Very
the future
right.
and ask yourself, do you want safe communities? Do you want a prosperous life? Do you want to be able to work a good job? Or do you want that job shipped off to China or somewhere else? We're fighting for you every single day. We want you to help fight for us because we've got to win. Not just the policy battles of the next couple of months. We've got to win the midterm elections in a couple of years. We need you. We recognize that we need you, and we're fighting for you every single day. And I think, you asked me, my message to young men is I think that our culture sends a message to young men that you should suppress every masculine urge. You should to cast aside your family. You should try to suppress what makes you a young man in the first place. And I think that my message to young men is don't allow this broken culture to send you a message that you're a bad person because you're a man, because you like to tell a joke, because you like to have a beer with your friends, or because you're competitive. It's...
Okay, what if I have 5 baby mamas? I love it, man. I love this guy. Thank God, man.
Our message...
What? I told y'all. I'm either not going to have kids or I'm going to go full Genghis Khan. You know that, right? I'm just telling y'all. The fuck?
Whether male or female, into androgynous idiots who think the same, talk the same, and act the same. We actually think God made male and female for a purpose, and we want you guys to thrive as young men and as young women, and we're going to help with our public policy to make it possible to do that. And by the way, that I actually think Mercedes. This
I
is
tell you,
the
I need
thing
to
with
edit it.
President
I need to
Trump.
show you guys.
This is why the media
I told my
now
girl
is so
that after I
hard,
tweeted
is
it.
because,
After I found out
when
Elon
think
had
about,
another
what
kid,
is the essence of masculinity?
I tweeted
You
it,
could answer this
and then
in
I
so
like
many
recorded
different
it, and I
ways.
told my
But when I think
girlfriend, I was
about
like,
me and my
hey,
guy friends, we
what do you
really
think
like
if I
to
went full
tell
Genghis Khan?
jokes to one another. Like we like to laugh. If you think of all the movies that were really
Tesla
saying you're
research
funny?
deliveries in 5 countries
Okay,
are down
President Trump,
56%.
Who's funnier?
President Trump.
All right, there you go.
Let's be honest.
There you go.
He's got the best sense of humor of any American political figure. But I think the young men in particular are so, they're so inspired by President Trump is because he doesn't allow the media to tell him he can't make a joke or he can't have an original
Yeah, he didn't say
thought.
anything
President
about
Trump
the
just
gay
says what's
community.
on
You guys
his
know
mind.
Scott Besson
That's a
is
damn
gay, right?
good thing, and it's a good
The whole point they
example
care about
to
is being
set
qualified.
for young men in American culture.
So
You
you can
I
make
always
it
tell
feel like you're
my,
being targeted on
5
this, but he
daughters,
didn't
I
say
don't have any
anything
sons,
about
but
that.
Matt and I, we have
Again,
5
he just said
beautiful
shit straight from the
daughters,
Bible.
and I always say, the
Like,
best you'll ever make is for you to be married.
Unfortunately,
Always be
people
married.
do
And getting
categorize
married
the Bible as
was a
hate
decision, and
speech.
marrying you should
or they did 4 years ago.
I'm married up.
She is a beautiful second lady, and I want to know, what is the best advice Usha has given you?
Well, one
this is so
the
fun.
best advice: bring Melania token up.
Personal. One piece of advice she gave me like a week ago was you should be nicer on social media. I don't know that I'll take that advice. Some advice is good. Some advice is, can be good, but you don't have to always take it.
No, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. This administration is clearly not supportive of transgender. I think that is objectively clear. But I do think Donald Trump is actually very favorable towards the. Again, they just took the T out of LGBTQ. That's it. They go on the government websites. They did not remove anything about gay people or anything of that nature. The thing that they have kind of not liked has been the transgender movement. So I don't know. That's why I don't think you're being attacked, and I would remove that idea until they start actually attacking, if that did happen. But I don't think it will. Again, Scott Bessent has a husband, and he is in one of the most powerful U.S. positions right now, and there's no problem with that.
That's probably the best advice Usha ever gave me, at least on politics.
Okay, last question. What inspires you every day?
Well, I mean, one is my family, right? I mean, I'm blessed to have a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 3-year-old, and I can't help but see the country through their eyes. And when we were on the campaign in particular, and we would take our kids with us.
Just like Teletubbies in the government.
When we were about to land in some new place, they'd all rush to the window of the plane and they'd look out and they'd say, "Oh, Dad, this looks so cool." Like, the beauty of the Arizona cactuses and Arizona deserts. Or, we'd be in Texas for a fundraiser and they'd be like, "Oh my God, like, look at just all of that open space." Right? Or we'd be in North Carolina and say, "Oh, look how beautiful the Green Mountains," right? This idea of these beautiful green mountains of Appalachian, North Carolina. We love North Carolina. And I guess what inspires me is you can't help but be.
Okay, bro, you still might sell off. A couple names pulling apart. Banks chilled out, but that's still the pressure. Velocity's still there, though. You might flush again. Watch out. It's still early. 30 minutes till Euro close.
Well, Mr. Vice President, you inspire us every day. We are praying for you. We are praying for your family. We are praying for this incredible administration, for, of course, President Donald Trump. And we are honored that you are here with our CPAC family.
And I'm honored to be here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. The Conservative Political Action Conference, also known as Project 2025. I'm sorry. But yeah, that was a nice little rally. NVO pop. Check news on NVO. I think that's like less than 1%, but it's interesting. These are already up. I don't know the news on NVO, but you're moving. I'm going to check right now. NVO, I don't see it. So again, NVO just kind of moved 0.5% there. It's not big enough, but Eli Lilly, healthcare, SPY at the low. I think we might get more. But again, you're going to hear from Elon at that presentation or whatever they're doing. But for now, we'll see where it leads us. You didn't really get any comments. He said stuff about inflation and all of that, but it didn't really like cause a reaction. Yeah, I don't know how those NVO. I didn't make a play on the NVO. It's moving though. Abivai at 200. Damn. And then VIX, SPY off the bottom. Bonds are still doing good. Again, we have 30 minutes till Euro close, but other than that, I mean, today has been just broadly no bid at cash open. I wouldn't really blame it on anything. I think we're still moving around. It's kind of like the other days. Walmart earnings did kind of get in the way, but then you had a good one on China. So for the most part, we'll see. You also had headlines from the war and the tariffs, but again, I think market easing into it, but we will find out later. And then tomorrow, you do get a little bit more, but it's already Thursday, man. I like JD. I said it yesterday. I will just tell you very, very simply. Even hearing this, it's, there's other things. And again, just because I like what I'm hearing, doesn't mean that I still don't know where the exits are. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's nice to hear some of that stuff. It is very refreshing. It is. Not because I like it a lot. I like my Jesus stuff, but at the end of the day, I don't know if some of you really realize that it wasn't really like free to talk about that in the last 4 years. And you could call me whatever you want. You could disagree, and you are entitled to that. But all I know is that certain things that I see being said now, I was literally punished for not too long ago. And we were having a watch list yesterday, and Donald Trump was talking in Miami, and he said a statement, and literally 2.5 years ago, I got banned for playing a clip of Donald Trump saying it. I didn't even say a word. So stuff like that where I'm just like, man, I know some people don't like it, and I think it's unfortunate if you don't like it, but at the end of the day, I do think it is for the greater good that, bro, we could actually just say things. And obviously it's not good when people say bad things, but at the end of the day, man, to hear some of this stuff in how it was the other day or a couple years ago is wild. Fed Bostic, Fed will review current framework language about maximum employment to see how it's worked in practice. Says he's still trying to understand implications of Trump executive order on financial regulation. Fed's current benchmark interest rate is moderately restrictive versus a 3 to 3.5. Slowdown of economy because of coming policy shift is material concern, but business expected in 25 to be a solid year. The economy so far remains resilient. Bostic inflation expectations appear to be anchored at 2%. TM, I think either goes up 5 or down lower. Yeah, man. It is. I like it. That's what I'm saying. Down the line, I hope they follow through, but we have enough freedom of speech where, if they don't come through with it, man, we should say something. And that's why, but like I'm saying, I agree, bro. Like, you don't have to like it or not, but like, dude, there is a stark difference between like agreement and disagreement and what you could say and what you weren't able to a couple years ago without, again, being ostracized, punished, or God knows what else. Like, it was just very, very weird, man. So I am happy about that. What is this? Together AI raises 305. You said a Ming Chi tweet? Oracle dying? Yeah, that headline didn't really hit. It could be scary to use the Lord's name for wicked shit. No, it's not. Again, it says it in the Bible a lot. Don't trust these hoes, a.k.a. many will come in my name. So that's why I said I don't really trust anybody. Actually, I distrust people more when they try to use the Bible to bend wills, like I've seen people do to me many times. I grew up in a church. That's why I don't like it. But I love Jesus. For real, go read your Bible. But at the end of the day, that's why I'm saying we shouldn't blindly trust people because they tote Bibles. And I don't agree with that. But I am glad that we have the freedom to criticize and hold people accountable if they do not follow through. And that is what we should be looking for. But we should also be fair. If they do a good job, I think they should be honored. And if they don't do a good job, I think we should rip them down. So, amen. Do I believe in evolution? You should go watch the Philo. We've just talked about it in a very academic way. Apple moving. Yalla, habibi. Yalla. Again, he's at the damn White House. So we'll see. All right. I'm going to make those free. All right, I made my apples free. Easy. All free, baby. All free. All free, man. Hey, yo, I didn't see that. Made my first 50K in the last 2 years. Gonna be able to buy a house. I still put 15 in the Roth. Excited to not be a renter. Are you kidding me, bro? It's one of the best things. I'm very, very proud of you. Keep it up, man. I'm telling you. I like it, bro. I like what he said, man. I think young men, old men, it don't matter, bro. But you all should. And that's what I'm saying, bro. This is why I'm here. Do you all understand me? Again, I hit a bunch of option plays in the last couple of days, and that's cool and all, but that shit's cute. I don't give a fuck about it. I'm here to get you all a home. Do you understand? That is what we need to do. I have been placed in front of millions of young men and women, and some of people even at a later stage in their life. It does not even matter. We need to get houses for all of you. I don't want any of you to rent. Down the line, you will become a landlord, but that's why I'm saying, like, don't let anything short-term remove you from that goal, because whether it takes a lot of time or not, I know we could pull it off. I've done it so many times with so many Chads, and again, you guys motivate me. Like I'm saying, what I've seen from the Chads in their long terms, and some of y'all have gone about and done it, I think it's all beautiful, and we got to run it up, baby. So, yeah, that's what we need. So, definitely, bro, it's a big, big deal. Keep working on it too, and y'all get there. Start shopping. If you think the long term doing too much, well, then that's your sign to go shop. Speaking of which, where's the long term? Down payment, but how much cash before other stuff? It all depends, but, like, find the deal and then decide to, like, there's going to be a big difference in budget depending on if you're going to rent it out or live there. You know what I'm saying? And that will be, like, because, again, at the end of the day, you just want to make sure your mortgage is either lower or the same to what you're paying for rent. But, if you get a good property that doesn't need repairs, I wouldn't really hesitate too much on, like, needing a certain amount of reserves. But the best case scenario would be to get a house you could live in. It's near what you're already paying to live that you've already handled, and then you only have to use half of your long term. That way you could have more money still in stocks and the house. Do you guys realize that is the goal that I have for you? It's not just use the stock market, get a house. No, best case scenario, we walk away with a home and we still have a long-term portfolio. Your long-term doesn't disappear. There's ways we could do it where we get both. And that, I think, would be phenomenal. You get your own house and you still got the long-term growing. That's what I was saying. Even the small long-term, if you really, like, if the stars aligned, you could use half of it, get a house, and still have the other half working. These prices are cray now. Your value mind won't allow me to buy a house. No. See, this is why, like, I've even been, like, slamming people, because I don't want other people to take that mentality, because it's a foolish mentality. Did you look? And I say that because literally in the last 48 hours, even, where's Colin? Bro, Colin in the chat literally sends me a house on market 150 grand below value. He was like, Josh, am I tripping? Is this a good deal? And I'm like, listen, man, I don't know the area, but based on what I'm seeing, yeah. And I said I would look into that, like, actively. And sure enough, that house even went pending within that same time frame. By the time, even in the morning, somebody already had an offer accepted at that price because it was 150K off. And then again, another Chad sent me another one, and it was the same exact situation. $30,000 property that comped out at 160. So, I wouldn't take yourself out of the game if you don't have to. Microsoft. Again, we had a Microsoft play yesterday, so I made them free. I'm writing free Microsofts till March. So, yeah, a lot of houses are expensive, but there is some that I'm telling you, man, if you really are active looking, Bitcoin is coming off the top or bottom, getting kind of vertical. Microsoft, Apple, Tim Cook meets in Oval Office. That's hitting Fox Business Now again. And then Donald Trump ends taxpayer subsidization of open borders. Truth Social. So, again, big tech starting to move, but Microsoft and Apple, again, we already had those plays. I have plays on them that we made earlier at those rumors, and then the ones from yesterday. But again, literally, you got the Apple White House rumor here. So expensive. Well, listen, if you have the long term, I would just keep shopping, baby. And I'm telling you, you will be able to find some. I have been watching Chads who are looking. They have been sending me some, not to mention the off markets. But hey, believe what you want. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, the ones that don't believe, you guys will be less competition, and it will be making it easier for the people who do want it. So, I mean, do whatever you believe is correct, but I could only give you the info I have. Tim Cook meeting about Intel? I don't know. Well, Microsoft taking off and Apple now. That's a dub, baby. That's a dub. All right. HE, I haven't seen that. I mean, Hawaiian Electric, didn't they have a court thing the other day? And courthouse, everything, man. Just, as long as it's a deal. But at the end of the day, you do have to, it takes a lot of effort. And at the same time, though, too, there's just a lot of people who don't look just because they feel that it's out of range. I mean, think about it. You don't do anything you don't think is possible. That's just simple as that. So now that you have the long term, that should help you with possible. But some of you may have to get over this mentality that houses are out of your reach or too expensive. If you haven't really put in any effort to look, or if you have a minimal sample size. And then again, and if you guys post the stream alerts plays after I already made them, I'm just going to ban you. Because again, you should have made them before I made them. And then posted them before I did. Otherwise, I think you're being weird. Thank you. Should try to do one impossible thing a day. Wow. I mean, CRM danced around them and Oracle, but then they chilled. Apple saying they're making their own Wi-Fi chips. Wasn't that the news the other day? Well, let's see. I don't know. I mean, you technically have Apple meeting Tim Cook. Trump nominee says Auto Safety Agency will take fair, objective approach to safety investigations into Tesla. Yeah, I feel like we had that other one, but you got some Tesla stuff coming in now, but it didn't really move. See? At the law time, baby. Hey, man. Are there no gold technically doesn't have tariffs. That's like why people were getting worried, because some people were getting scared that when Donald Trump was saying sweeping tariffs, that for once in history, they may apply it to gold. But for now, there's the notion should be there shouldn't necessarily there shouldn't be a tariff. Yeah, Troy, that coming out now. So see, Tesla's moving. SPY took a candle. Bond still holding. STAI, that was all day. Healthcare still going, and now Staples. And then Baba's chilling. Well, what tariff? That's what I'm saying. No one's ever really tariffed it, but it would be bullion, but it's a metal. So if Trump's trying to tariff steel and commodities and the, you know, the, what is it? The mining, the rare earth metals, if he does a sweeping metal tariff, technically silver, bullion, gold would actually apply. Bro, Unity, Verizon, AT&T. Why, Verizon and AT&T kind of going a little crazy. Do you see this? Yeah, Verizon a little bit, and then SPY just near the low. It's kind of a triple bottom, but we have 15 minutes till Euro close. Fed Bostic still sees 2 rate cuts this year with a lot of uncertainty. Procter Gamble on the high. Again, Unity, that one keeps going. Is Comcast? No, Comcast is down. It's literally Verizon and AT&T. A little bit more volume on Verizon. Mondelez. Yeah, bro. Verizon getting candles. Bro, Abivy at 200. Kind of crazy. Where did it top out at? 207 that last time? Yeah. Would rare earth metals affect Elon? They would. Are you ready? I actually have a chart. So, again, this was part of the analysis to the trade war and figuring out some of those estimates. But let this load up and I'll show you. But I have the list. It's kind of wild. That's why it could be because of why this could be the reason why Trump is being very nice to China. So let's see. Are you ready? Is this it? Oh no. Yeah, this is it. Are you ready? Take a look on the screen. Oh, y'all ain't even liked the video though. I was just trying to free the chads and give you a news wire, but I'll give you the info. Why not? Like the video. So yeah, take a look. Here is all of the dominant rare earth materials, and you could see where China stacks up. So they are the top producer of like 15 rare earth materials, and about 3 of them they control 95, or 4 of them, 95% or more of the entire supply. It's kind of wild. So that's why you might be having a nicer relationship with China and all of that. So this is why though, that's why I'm telling you, if we get a China escalation, we'll know where to look, but we don't want a China escalation. That's why I think he's being nice, but there's a lot at stake if we start hearing certain metals and certain farmland. And then bonds, SPY just chilling again. KDP and Pepsi on the high. Those were up yesterday. Bro, value is killing it. Even though Walmart, bro, staples are doing great with Walmart down 6%. And then there's Baba. Oracle flushing. Yeah, that headline did not hit at all. Womp, womp. All right, bonds are getting back up to the high from the morning. That could be good. Euro close in 10 minutes, so if you think we're going to bottom out or flush again, it's probably going to happen here in the next, 30 minutes. So it's still very early. Oracle, big volume again, down on the low. Oracle's actually getting a lot more volume right now. And then the VIX is still up at 16. Celsius. All right. What were the plays that I grabbed? I need to see the SPY call. Amazon gains creative control of James Bond feature or franchise feature. PGA Tour Saudi investor to meet with Trump on Thursday. Again, today is Thursday. It is LIV. Dude, I've been seeing LIV like ads and people talking about it everywhere, bro. It's kind of crazy. I think it's either Euro close. We either squeeze or flush. It's again. I already monetized the puts. I had calls. They went down. Again, we monetized even the BABA ones. We got a good Apple and Mike. I played a lot today. They've done well. I'm happy, but I've done too many moves now where I'm like, maybe we'll run out of good ideas, and then they all turn to bad ones. So be mindful, but for the most part, we haven't really moved much out of that quick little, again, within like 15 minutes we were down. So we will see. Mitch McConnell won't seek re-election in 2026, ending long-term tenure as Republican power broker. Wow. EA Pop. Hi. It's up by 1.1. I think it might be a little higher. No, only 20 cents. High ticker scamming you. And then see where the SPY goes from here. Pfizer's starting to move up. Again, target DEI. Yeah, that was earlier. Did it move? We had it early, but it didn't really like get a reaction. Then Unity. I keep seeing that. You had GME earlier, then another staple. Procter Gamble's been killing it the last couple of days. Russia primary offline oil refining in February rises 82%. Bro, XLF again. Yo, Banks, hold on. I don't know if this SPY will get out of this. Because, dude, every time like this SPY wants to move, the bank starts selling off. And then that's what happened here. We were doing great. Then the banks died. And then everything came with it. Apple's still up. Microsoft. Again, I think NVIDIA. Yeah, BK, bro. It's another bank just flushing. Again, even those USBs from yesterday are in the green still. Win, yeah. I don't know. Banks are odd. See if this buy could hold it. Kenview on the high. You had some moves on that. I think Investor Day yesterday. Medtronic, dude, all of the healthcare. Oh, on Kenview, the dark pool activity. Or just options. Some of those big options moves, they're good to look at with a delay. Oh, those old K-Webs finally got a bid. The spreads were wicked. Oil. Why? Oil hasn't really moved. So hold on. Oil is getting to the top end of the range. Still at 72. And bonds moving. Oh, I don't know. Be on the lookout right now. Again, I haven't seen oil has not been on the high. It will just stay pinned. Again, some of big tech. Apple and Microsoft are doing good. NVIDIA and the chips, all the chips, Intel, AMD, they're down. Procter Gamble, another one of those, dude. My goodness. Yeah, take a look at oil, see if that goes. We have Euro close in 4 minutes, so that's it. We'll either get a lot more low or a little bit more of relief, and then you're going to probably hear from Elon at that conference, and then you're going to hear whatever comes out of this Apple thing, and then we'll see. Oh, is that... What? Is that Michael Saylor?
It's a way for us to enrich ourselves.
Wearing an orange tie?
Nation in a matter of a decade. It's also a way for
us
to
I need to go pee.
we're the economic
yeah, he's wearing an orange tie, dude.
For the next 100 years. And
that's
if
crazy.
We do that,
all right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. I love you. Good morning. Here's Michael Saylor with the orange tie.
Once it passes 10
a Bitcoin tie. That's all you.
And they will enrich us.
And we saw that just yesterday. President Trump was in Miami, and he was talking about Bitcoin. The Bitcoin reserve is a touchy subject. A lot of people want to know what other coins within the digital asset industry are going to be involved. The U.S. does not just hold just gold and oil within our reserve. It holds up to 27 other trace minerals, and so we're completely diversified. Do you see room for another digital asset to be included in the Bitcoin reserve or the U.S. financial reserve system?
I think the key thing to keep in mind right now is that Bitcoin is a commodity. It is an asset without an issuer. There is no company, no individual, no country, no entity that can corrupt it. It has reached escape velocity. It has gotten to the point where it is basically a freedom virus, a truth virus, a monetary virus. It has been embraced by $1 trillion of smart money. That is, $1 trillion of real money has been invested in the network. It is 99% of the digital power on Earth. It's fairly unstoppable. And so if you're going to capitalize a company or a country, you want to capitalize it on property or a commodity or a network which is beyond the point where anybody could change the nature of it. And so that makes Bitcoin the most certain thing in the digital universe.
And when you talk about certainty and when you talk about truth, over the last 4 years, we've experienced as a culture travesty. We haven't been able to speak. We've been censored. What is Bitcoin to you? What do you see that others don't? And how can conservatives capitalize on the opportunity to take advantage and make sure that America is dominating our future, that we have the economic freedoms, that our children and our families in America will stay at the front runner of this industry?
What I would say to everybody in this room is if you want freedom, if you want liberty, if you want to live your finest life, you're going to need economic power. You need physical power, you need political power, but you need economic power. Bitcoin represents economic armor. When you put on the suit of armor, then no mayor, no government, no collectivist, no socialist can debank you. They can't take your money away. They can't impoverish you. Just like a gun is a deterrent, Bitcoin is a deterrent, because if you have wealth in Bitcoin, you have the option to move it to any jurisdiction, and you can keep it, and no one can take it away from you via force of violence, no matter where you are on Earth. And so Satoshi gave us an opportunity. I hope I intrigue all of you with the opportunity, and you go do the research.
The armor, oil breaking out. Watch out for that. That's the first commodity move.
Armor.
Bitcoin's on.
Michael, thank you. God willing, we have as much Bitcoin as Michael one day. This is a defining moment for digital assets. It's a defining moment for our country. We thank all of you. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. CPAC is going to be at the front of the digital asset industry.
Yeah, bro, something. Russia headline.
Entire industry.
They said the primary oil facility offline, but like I'm saying here, dollar currencies, nothing really moved. And then you just had Michael Saylor there. That was, the armor. The armor. TNMG. TNL Media Genie. I don't know what this is. Unhalted. So good luck with that. Yeah, I got USO. I left that one up there. It's like I'm saying, until, I don't know, we haven't had one of those policy or something comes out and then we watch the currencies move and all that. But if you start to see something, I mean, the euro is doing good. That's why I think here right now it is euro close. So stand up too. Do a push-up. You know what I'm saying? Get the body moving. You know, jump around a little bit. Enjoy it. Enjoy life. I don't know. It's up to you. It's up to you. But, yeah, chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. You are blessed, my friends. What a whack. It was exciting in the morning. There was a lot of stuff going on. And then, again, like I said, I only played Baba, really. I ended up doing other stuff, but literally Baba provided a lot, and then it stopped after we took that put, which was good. Can we get the news wire up and running? If we could get like 400 likes, that would be a nice thing too. I'm willing to trade. Otherwise, no. TOL. Oh, who was it yesterday? Oh, I do need to do a plank, actually. So, yeah, give me a sec. Let's do a plank. I need it. Oh! What about the peach? Why plank when you can peach? Happy Friday, Junior. Spy going lower. Bonds getting a bid. Cytokinesis again.
The numbers that we have in right now, the expectations.
Nation.
And of course, as you know, Carl, we're looking for about 12% earnings growth in 2025.
Bonds
that
moving.
number will definitely not happen if we have all of these tariffs being discussed.
Carl,
back to you.
All right, Bob. Talk soon, Bob Pisani. Dow is down 600 now. Let's get a news update with Contessa Brewer. Hey, Contessa.
Hi there, Carl. A convoy carrying the bodies of 4 Hamas hostages has crossed from Gaza into Israel today. The bodies will undergo forensic testing to confirm their identities, but the transfer is believed to include the remains of the 2 youngest captives seized by Hamas, an infant and his 4-year-old brother. The former head of Spanish soccer, Luis Rubiales, said he will appeal in Spain the high court's ruling finding him guilty today of sexual assault. The court found that he kissed national team player Jenny Hermoso without her consent during World Cup celebrations. He was fined 10,000 euros in the case, but acquitted of coercion allegedly for trying to get Hermoso to say that kiss was consensual. Amazon MGM Studios will take control of the James Bond franchise. Long-serving producers Barbara Broccoli and Michael Wilson announced they're giving up creative control of 007.
1 minute of planks, bro. 1 minute of planks. That's all I need. I didn't hear about that. Yeah, so apparently he kissed somebody during the celebration, and then she's like, I want to kiss, and then he tried to make her tell him that it was. What? Oh, man. Let's go, baby. The armor. Remember, you got to bring the armor to battle. Don't leave the armor at home, baby. Don't leave the armor at home. Woo! Yeah, again, oil's still up there. I'd watch out for that, but it is euro close. Again, Europe and China have been doing very, very good. So let's see. But if we could get some moves after that, otherwise, you might be here for a couple of hours in the range. You're tempting breaking the last couple of days of range, but like I said, if we bounce up from here, that could be good. But you also don't have much on the calendar. Again, we are going to get your boy Elon later today. Senator Collins on government funding talks. Time is running out, and right now we appear to be at an impasse. That could be, again, isn't the deadline March or February? No, it's like March 14th. So you still actually got a little bit of time. Palant trying to come back. So there's oil chilling out now. We'll see how long that one lasts. I don't think oil's saying something, but it could. That's why I'm saying just pay attention to it. That might be the first one, but if we get a big dollar move, bonds, anything like that. But the SPY moved a lot in the morning, and then now we're kind of chilling here. But it has been roughly an hour, just hugging the low. But now we do have Europe closed. So let's see. I need the helmet shining. Hey, man, you need to bring it to battle. That's it, man. You could know everything. You could have the armor, but you could still leave it at home. Oh, man. I hope they feel me, bro. EWTX. All right, SPY starting to break down a little bit. Get ready. Again, I don't have any SPY. I already closed out of my puts, so we'll have to see. But a couple of other names are still holding. Otherwise, if Microsoft and Apple give up, I think that's what's going to start bringing us down, or a bigger flush on NVIDIA. Where's Google? Even Amazon was dumping earlier. QMCO, isn't that a quantum play? QMCO. Yeah, Quantum Corp. Yeah, I guess the quantum plays did hold up a little bit. And then SPY getting a little lower. You were here like at the top of the hour at 11 about 36 minutes ago, but we'll see. Yeah, it's supposed to be in March. That's why I just looked at the calendar. They keep saying they're running out of time, but I think it's at March 12th or March 14th. So, but then again, like we've talked about, it's the first 30 days of the presidency. But if they don't get all of that stuff in, then it starts to kind of be if you can't get a good debt ceiling or debt limit passed and you have restrictions there, a lot of Trump's plans could be called into question. Oh, and that's why Oracle dropped. They said that report was fake. So that Oracle headline, that wasn't real. Mark Benioff said that it is false or incorrect. SPY coming down now. Bonds up. And let's see. Yeah, he posted it on Twitter. All right, see if we flush. The premiums are lower. Oh, actually, those 610s are coming back up. That was the one from earlier that I got rid of. Time tells all. Welcome. Welcome, Wiz. Bonds are starting to get near the higher part of intraday, and that was when we were at the low. So when bonds were doing good, the market was doing bad today. Remember, Target got sued over DEI. We got the news very early, but the reaction didn't really react. So keep a look on that. Deer on the low. That was leading the other day. Again, staples are doing good besides Walmart. And then healthcare finally coming down. And then banks are the weakness. I think the banks the last couple of days, XLF has been very bad, especially today. HP, didn't they have something today too? That one's actually in the green. And again, it's 8:30, so 8:39. Europe closed 10 minutes ago. Give it 5 more. And then we will see. Yeah, a lot of big tech. And then China. Oh, are they coming down? Yeah, Baba lower. I did good on the put. I just kept the call for free now because I was able to walk away with profit on both. But yeah, Baba. Jamie Dimon selling? I don't know. Was it end of last year? Remember, he put in a plan to sell a lot, and then I think the stock doubled since then. But yeah, I mean, Jamie has talked about selling, but I don't think it's too bad of an impact. Last time he said he was going to sell a lot at a high price, I think it was at 180. Last time he did that, and then now again the stock's at 270. Again, Yang is on the high. Watch out for those China names. Yeah, Baba flushing a little bit more. I mean, it was up 15%. So half of the intraday gain has already been wiped out. Again, bonds just touched that low again, and we're chilling. Still some biotechs and other medical ones still moving up. Bitcoin still moving up. It was ever since Saylor started talking. And then oil might curl back up again. SMCI, Baba. Is that real volume? No. Yeah, the Benioff tweet, that means the news was fake or incorrect. Bro, Palantir came up. SMCI a little bit. Who's the other one? Hims. when the purge is over, are we going to go back to the old watch list where you post your plays? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how many of you guys get long terms. But I like it. It's a lot easier. I don't have to worry about it. I could get my work done quicker. But at the end of the day, I don't want to influence anybody, man. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of getting blamed for it. And at the same time, it's a lot easier. You'll know exactly everything that's happening with the long term, but I'll think about it. But at the end of the day, if you go through the videos, you lock in, I do think you should have it. Why would you blame you for your actions? I don't know. I mean, but I get it. I see what it's like after even taking a break, you know. I get it. You know, sometimes I say things. That's why if you hear me going long or short on something, you might be like, oh shit, Josh thinks that, I'm gonna do that, and then if it doesn't work, you're gonna get really mad at me. And although you shouldn't blame me, I could understand why you would, and I want to eliminate a lot of those opportunities. So I think it's there. And like I'm saying though, I do hope you guys are more motivated by the long term than the short term. Become a money magnet. Amen. It will come to you. Attract it, my friends. You're saying you'll lose money. I know, believe me, but I got to learn a lot. So thank you all for teaching me. You know, that's just, it is what it is. And I want you to have the best time possible, and the best way is the long term. That's it. So all the influence of buy and sell, all on the long term is all you're going to hear from me. And I think you guys will become really rich off of it. So I don't feel bad about it. I don't feel bad about it at all. But I do think options with the wrong discipline, and if your heart isn't in the right place and then it leads you to chasing the dragon, I think it could ruin your future, or it could make you slow down a lot when you don't need to. So long term. Not spending money is making money. Yeah, and like I said, too, I mean, a lot of you guys stepped it up on the real estate. I think that's where you're going to be able to do it. I like the SMCI one. I wanted to play that yesterday. SMCI is going. I mean, I don't know. Is it today? When do we get the filing deadline? I want to say they pushed it to today, but I could be wrong. Seeing crypto surprise once logged in Robinhood. Or Futu, China brokerage getting murked. Maybe you did see something, but then again, a lot of things are taking a red. SPY going up, bonds coming down. That's true. I blame you for everything. You taught me. You got a house, long term, a relaxing life because of small, good decisions. Terrible influence. Amen. But that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, if all you hear and see is the long term, I think you will get influenced by it, and it's only going to lead to good things. And even though I've hit a lot of trades, I've missed a lot of trades, but the game is too wild, and maybe we'll see how things go. But I don't want you to, you know, it's what you've always asked. I've been asked the question. They're like, why do you even trade if you have the long term? And I have a different approach. I really enjoy it, amongst other things, but I'm really not using money that is going to be detrimental. I figured this shit out a long time ago, but unfortunately, I don't know if everybody has done the same. So, amen. I really think, though, if all you hear is the long term, your life is only going to get really, really good. You know? So, if you really want the options, pay attention and lock in. You can watch the videos, and I think you will be prepared. How dare he encourage savings and invested? I do. But this is where, like, do you not see the funniest part? Anybody who mad at me about trades, I know where your heart is at. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where even then some people started breaking out Bible verses on me. And I'm like, dog, You gonna break out a Bible verse on me to give you a daily spy call? That's insane, bro. Why you think I say I don't trust them Bible toting? Yeah, what? That's wild, bro. That's wild. So yeah, I feel, bro. I feel. Either way, we gonna get it. Don't worry. Money you need is cussed. Amen. Well, let's see. We'll see. We'll talk about this. We'll talk about it in March. We'll go a quarter at a time. We'll see the vibes. Make it through the fire is gold. If not, I wish you luck. Amen. Amen. Well, I bought a house. Dude, I'm telling you, and some of you, I'm glad you did it early. And it's a very exciting thing. And now we got more work to do. So let's go, babe. It ain't over yet. God willing, man. God willing. Woo! All right. The big tech kind of stabilized, but dude, SPY. We might be here for a little bit, bro. Yeah, Baba, dude, I think we would have made more on the put. But it did good. I was very shocked. May I show you a crypto you're tempted to put a lot of money in? No. Did you buy a house yet? Or are you still renting? Otherwise, that's the answer to your question. Any crypto, I'd be very careful of crypto right now. I think I could even be very straight up with you, Zach, because you're in cult real estate. If you haven't noticed, 97% of them have been scams. So you've had a house for 4 years. So that's good. But I'd be careful with any major crypto investment. Why not buy another house if you have a large sum of money? Otherwise, are you ready? This is going to blow your fucking mind, Zach. Are you ready? If that crypto investment is not called Bitcoin, and you may get mad at me, just like the people when I told them don't buy Solana, you may get very, very mad at me. Do you guys see the problem here? So Zach, he already have a house. He's in cold real estate. He could only get so mad at me. But at the end of the day, are you ready? This was related to yesterday's Philo. I would just go buy that CTSV you were telling me about last year. Because that way, if you lose the money, you'll enjoy it. And I'd rather have you walk away with something you wanted rather than putting a big amount into something speculative. But if you're going to throw a fat amount, put it towards a crib. Otherwise, just go get that CTSV until Bitcoin gets halved and then you buy it for cheaper. But that's, like I said, I mean, some things you'll be better off playing the road where you're tempted by the things you want rather than, because if you end up losing it, you might look back and be like, why the fuck did I just put my down payment or my car on a crypto when I just watched the president of Argentina just get even scammed? But all of them. So that's how I feel. But it all depends. But for now, like I said, I mean, quality investments is really where I have been at on everything. I can't explain it, but just with what I've witnessed here. And again, I was down to dabble at the right time with like Solana and everything that happened. But even then, I'm not, I wouldn't fool myself into, I want things that are going to be permanent. I want something that is going to last in the 5 years. And can I make a lot of money doing speculative stuff? I can. All of you can. But the priority should be not to lose the money and walk away, because in the next 5 years, if you still have that money, all we'll do is grow it. So, I don't know. Y'all tell me. You tell me. But that being said, you could tell me what it is now if you'd like, but that's initially my first stance on all of it. No memes. No. I'm saying look at one crypto. That's it. Bitcoin. I know I'm extreme, but I think this will help you out. Like I'm saying, if you want to put a big amount in something speculative, why wouldn't you just buy a house? Or why wouldn't you even look for a house flip? Or I'd rather just get something you want. Other than that, I just think that you balance, diversify, do not chase the dragon trying to get ahead, because it will leave you behind. Remember, you could have walked away with great gains by going slow on the most boringest shit in the last couple of years. You know what I'm saying? Even Bitcoin too, but at the end of the day, I think there's going to be a lot of volatility in things. We'll see where it plays out. You may hate me if it all goes crazy, but like I'm saying, no matter crazy up or crazy down, I want to walk away with something. And I want all of you to walk away with something big. So, yeah, I don't know if y'all feel me on that, but if you don't, good luck. That's, again, it's your life. So I'm just telling you from what I've noticed on a lot of things. And, you know, I think you guys still have opportunity. I think 5 years will happen faster than you think. And I think you'll feel a certain way about it rather than, you know, if you expected it to happen quickly and then end up losing it. You know, even then, time will move and it will be fast, even if you think it's slow now. Oh, man, the law term. You sent me a screenshot. I need to take I haven't been on my Instagram in a minute. I don't go on it until I post the law term. But, dude, I'm telling you, a lot of long terms have done very good. So keep it up. If you got a big bag, I mean, like I'm saying, in a weird way, I would rather just go buy a car than put it into something where, as long as unless you really want it, unless you want that crypto more than you want a CTSV, then by all means. But if it's going to be one of those situations where, you know, if it goes down 50, 70, 80%, and you're like, damn, even Josh told me, and then you look back, you're like, I didn't even want to fucking do this. Like, I would have rather go take a trip to Miami, go take a trip. You go party, go buy a rental condo in Miami, for crying out loud. You know, you could do a lot of things, but at the very least, make it align with something that'll stick. Because no matter, even in 5 years, that CTS will still be around. It'll lose value, but shit, you would have beat it to shit, used it, all of that. You walk away with another crib, you have another crib, and there you go. Yeah, pay down the house even too. Chop the interest. Yeah, yesterday's philo really explains this. I would rather have you fall down the path of getting what you want rather than losing and not getting anything you didn't want or wanted, and then leaves you with a weird nothingness. So, I don't know. Let your heart guide you, even though the heart's very deceptive, but make sure you want it. Trump admin considers letting U.S. Steel remain a standalone business. Art? So X, and then SMCI breaking out. I do like a CTSV. I'm not going to lie to you. That car goes hard. I really like that car, honestly. I really do. And then bonds chill, but SPY didn't move. Last time we did that, SPY got a little bit more of a bounce, but post-Euro, we have not gotten out of this. Who was the other one? Apple. Get inside the heads of people? No, it's a dangerous activity. That's why I stopped caring, if you couldn't tell. That's it. We just stay in your lane. Keep moving. But it's a danger. Again, Philos, you guys, you have members. You could listen to it. There's some good ones. Even if without a membership, you could go listen to all the old Philos. The masses? No, I gave up. I'm telling you, I'd live my life. I just got me and my Lord, and that's my family. I'm going to start sounding like J.D. Vance. I don't have any kids or baby moms. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Nuvalin. Why does that sound so fast? It's up $1, up 1.2. First candle could turn into something, but not yet. And then XOM on the high. Newswire's at 2,000 likes. You guys are almost there. You need like 150. So not bad. Kash Patel confirmed as FBI director. Nice. Is there a way to watch the previous? I have DVR on, do I? Oh, no, I turned DVR off today. I thought I left it on. I could turn it on again, but I wanted to try it for a week. Again, watch Nouveau. It's a liquid 1.1% pop first candle. Spotify is teaming up with 11 Labs to bring AI narrated audiobooks to the platform. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, man. I hope y'all got law times. Oh, you like DVR? Wow. I know DVR has mixed reviews, man. Mixed reviews. Spotify at 6:30 is nuts. I like UPS. Somebody asked me about it yesterday. If I didn't need cash, I'm down to buy it here. I like the yield. I like the company. This might become the diamond, but I am looking for something a little better. This is like a SI quality diamond, but I want that VVS. But at the end of the day, I like it. I like it at where it's at, but I need cash. I was saying it yesterday, man. Like we bought stocks. You know, even if I saved up for a whole year or two, it's not that's how long it would take to get to that 20% goal, or like just even have a lot of cash. So that's where I'm kind of like, you know, I'll wait. Hopefully, maybe NVIDIA comes down. I don't know, but at the end of the day, I want to build up cash because whatever happens, I like our portfolio. I think it's doing good. We're doing very good on the rotation, and all we need now is the back end because now I'll have a parachute. So if we could really get a good rotation, the long term can outperform. That's it. Just stack up the cash. That will be our parachute whenever the outperformance changes, because then we could buy up the good shit and we'll have the money to do so, and hopefully it'll be at a much better price. So I do think I need cash. I've been saying it for a while. I just keep getting tempted, and then I'll use it and buy it and use it and buy it. So, but this time I've saved up February. We got a couple weeks or one more week pretty much left of February, and then March deposit will come in, and I don't know. I don't really plan on using it unless something really good comes down. Roth all-time high, baby. Amen. Yeah, get ready even a couple years, or when you're ready to sell or sell for a house. You know, you could always rebalance around that time. But even then, that was still value. SMCI, I was saying I wanted that one. That one went. Some of you posted plays. Good work on that. Jeez, someone bought 57,000. No, not one person, but yeah. There's a lot of option activity on that. SMCI is going. When is the deadline? No, I remember we bought SMCI at like, was it $29 this year or end of last year? We made that play. I said you just got to treat it like a bank stock, but I wouldn't fuck with it at these prices anymore. Again, we were dabbling with it at $29.30, so that was your moment. Was it the 20? They moved it to June? No. Gasoline inventories coming out. Cushing crude, 4.6 million. Estimate was 3 million. Cushing crude, 1.4. Distillates draw of 2.0 million. Estimate was draw of 1.5 million. Gasoline inventories, minus 151,000. Estimate was minus a million. Was it at 22 when I guess we was at 19, not 29. Yeah, we were dabbling it got low enough where I just said it turned into a bank stock gamble, but now at 60, that's all you, big dog. Maybe options define your risk, but even then, you got to be careful. Baba, I should have held that put, but I'm happy. I got a free call out of it and cash. This SPY, dude, it's crazy. You went really active in the first 10, 20 minutes, And now we are just like posted. Yeah, SMCI is still going nuts. All those options. CJ, welcome. Deadline the 25th of March or Feb? Added Elf to the long term. Good luck. Not bad, not the worst. Right there in the middle. But if they come back, remember we talked about them. They have a, compared to like Estee Lauder, and I mean it's a tenth the size of Estee Lauder. Baba from the top rope. I know. That was a good hit. I would have really killed it if I held. I don't even know which one. I already forgot it. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I could have got another like 100 or 2%. I like Baba, though. It's a big move. I was saying in the morning, this might just be where all the action's at. It was active in the morning. Now it's kind of chilling, but I don't know if it's over. SMCI, you guys called that one. That one's already there. Bitcoin cooking. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi says China willing to further advance China-Russian relations in New Year. Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco, a new song today? Oh, no. Dude, you guys have no idea. Like, you know I'm famous now, right? I'm not talking about YouTube or anything. Bro, even on my little vacation here over the weekend, I was called Benny Blanco multiple times. Or I had people, like, ask me, and then people try to buy drugs from me. Apparently, I really look like a drug dealer. It was terrible. I had one guy insisting, bro. And I was like, nah, man, Trump tariffs, aluminum tariffs to hit 123 areas, including chip equipment. Nikkei. K-Web and Bob, I'm a 22-year-old equipment operator. School for engineering, 13 in the long, 3.8 in the short. It's a good ratio as long as you don't go crazy. Grow the trading account, but keep adding more money to the long term, and you're going to be fine. That's it, baby. Amen. No, bro, it's crazy. Like, I'm actually iconic now. I don't know how to describe. Now people know what Benny Blanco looks like. But, like, bro, it's weird. Bro, it's really, really weird. I'm telling you. I've never experienced this in my life. Like, people don't look at me. Some people still do. But there's now people that don't look at me like I'm a lizard. They, like, look at me like they know me. And I'm like, I don't know you. But then again, there's something about, I do have a drug dealer vibe going on. Yeah, I've told you I look like this man. I haven't hid that from you, but yeah, bro, it's really weird now. I don't know. Even like my girlfriend, we were talking, it's just awkward, bro. I'm not against Bitcoin in the long term, but the last time we talked about Bitcoin in the long term, it was at $10,000. So I think right place, right time. You could go little by little, but just at this moment, build up around value, be wise, and you have 5-10 years to find a good position and, build the broader plan and build that garden out. So I only like Bitcoin. I'm a Bitcoin maximalist. St. Louis Fed, Muslim assurance inflation returning to 2. Target needed before further policy changes. Says baseline for inflation to return to 2, but risks are skewed to the upside. Inflation has moved higher, would make Fed's job more difficult if sustained. There are scenarios where progress on inflation stalls or inflation rises alongside a weakening labor market. NVIDIA pop, SMCI as well. Baba just flushing the gains. Yeah, NVIDIA is going up. And now the SPY. Apple came down a little bit. SMCI was fire. Yeah, Baba, K-Web, Baidu, all the China names slip in. Pretty much just catching up to the SPY. Still up, though, on the day. X still selling. Remember, Trump said that they could exist as a standalone. Japan Trade Ministry working to identify items and find out how Japanese companies would be impacted. And then there's the SPY finally. All right, let's see if we could get out of this range. No news. You might not get, you better hope you get your big bounce, because you know what happens if not? You're going to do another hour of this shit. What day? We did this the other day, I feel like. Yeah. I think it was like right here. You might get this, or you sell off open. This is just a bigger version. But then, yeah, if you don't get past this, bro, you going to be here till like 1 a.m. or 1 like power hour. So if you don't bounce, I mean, we might get gulagged for a while. We've done this every day for the last 30 days. Oh, Baba. Oh, I whiffed those puts. Those are 500% now. Yeah, NVIDIA's starting to climb up. Watch if any of the other chip makers, they've kind of all been linked. Again, AMD's on the low. Intel, honestly, it looks like SMCI and NVIDIA. That's it. And then Microsoft still holding. Apple came down. Again, Tim Cook. Yeah, you guys, Chad was calling it out. I said I wanted one of those, and then they just started running up. But they took that one home. The plays are crazy, but I don't know when it'll stop. I don't even know when it started. So, yeah, good luck. Is it okay to trade long-term shares? I want to add more growth. Hold on, let me put that into Grok 3 real quick. I need to translate that. So in Chattadonia, that translate into time me out for the whole day. That's what it translated to. So you'll figure it out eventually. You know where I stand. Stop playing with me. But yeah, that's how it translated. It said, Josh, I sell long-term. I put it in Grok, and I said translate it to Chattanese. It said you're banned for the day. That's what it said in English. But yeah. CPRT flushing. You're down 2.5, Copart. Get another 2, you'll have news, but it's a good call out for now. I don't have anything on it, though. Let me double check. I don't see anything on it. Friendly reminder. No, I'm not going to answer. You have too many broad questions, Eric. So I think you just want me to talk about things, but other stuff I'll leave you to Investopedia. But it has to stay within the vibe of what we're going over. Other than that, if I ignore it, I ignore it. If I answer it, I answer it. Russian Minister Lavrov said Russia willing to work with China. Again, China literally just said the same thing. Playing along. If you could get past, like I said, if this bounce works, I think it'll be nice. If not, I would get ready to do jack shit today if we can't get out of it. Because, again, you move fast early. Everything was very, very quick. But if this don't hold up, then, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, the EIA numbers, that's old. The video is doing good, though. Honestly, any of the other chip makers are still down. YPF, Argentina again. KB Homes, Tiva on the low. That's the first healthcare name I saw on the low. But XLV did calm down. Check XLF. If banks, you guys are saying if NVIDIA goes, other big tech, and then banks, then we'll really bounce. And now VLO, MPC, more energy. Yeah, oil's back up to the high. Take note of that. And then dollar on the low. That's all good. So let's see where this takes us. Let's see where this takes us. Let's see if it lasts. I hope so. Caterpillar, it might. I mean, Europe defense will go up, though, if there is a Europe peace deal. But for now, I mean, the market impact is very limited. I can't stress that enough. Most people have observed that. The peace, war, Ukraine, although it is something very important, it doesn't really have a market impact. So, like I said, watch the Ukraine sovereign bonds. But other than that, there's not really, again, that Department of Defense stuff moved us more on defense plays than anything else. Otherwise, the play is look for Europe defense spending if there is a Ukrainian peace deal of any sort. Oh, yeah, you're right. The SMCI NVIDIA thing is today. Yeah. Remember, you guys were bringing that up yesterday. Are they speaking right now? So you better hope this ain't you better hope that's going to be your only balance for the next, 2 hours. I have a video on the trading fraternity on buyouts. I think I posted it last year. They might answer that question for you in the process that I do in real time. It's not my birthday. You said that the other time. I'm tired of people saying it's my birthday. So please don't do that. I'll see you tomorrow. Like I said, I have weird people who do that with me. I don't like it. I could tolerate it, but like I'm saying, it just gives me weird vibes. So I just run away from it. Oh, you want to guess my birthday too? Fine, I'll take you out. We'll get all of y'all. We'll run it up. Thank you. I don't see the NVIDIA AI event. AI Summit. Illumina flushing. Again, that has Carl Icahn. They've gone through shit. Yo, check Illumina. 3% now. Oh, this one could be options are terrible. Terrible. There might be something brewing. Hold on. It's down 3. Check Illumina. ILMN. Honestly, the chain is pretty whack. Witkoff says Trump Gaza shaking up everyone's thinking, doing what's best for the Palestinians. Yeah, that thing's dropping down 3 again. They've gone through a lot of back and forth. They're at the low. Again, bad earnings, bad activist stuff, but the plays are shit. That chain is too wide. That's on you. Good luck. But down 3 now. I don't see anything either. It's a big low. The change is terrible, bro. You can't get any. The spreads are wicked. But yeah, good luck on that. But at least you're finding. I'm sure there'll be a headline, but it's not at 5 yet. If that goes 5, then you'll have something. Witkoff, yeah, I already gave you that. Gaza plan. Palestinians want to live there, or do they want to settle in a better place with better prospects? Lumina down 3. Again, I don't have anything on it. And then SPY still holding. That's good for now. AI Summit. I don't see this NVIDIA thing, bro. So I don't know. You guys said that, but I don't see it live yet. Let me know. I don't even have any headlines. And then SMCI climbing again. There's the SPY. Illumina down 3.5 now. So like I said, all the options are hella weird, but We caught the movement, but good luck. Some of the options are leveling out. I don't like that chain at all. On DDN beyond artificial. Oh, we'll see. I'm sure we'll get a quote when it comes out, but for now, I don't see anything. Yeah, Lumina's still flushing now. 4. That has to be something. And then SPY's working up. SMCI again. There's NVIDIA. Are these still down? That's insane, actually. So some of the plays on that are interesting. TXN, I feel like we've seen that a lot. And then Unity as well. Where's Baba? Oh, Baba got murked. I just gave up 10% from the top. That was crazy. So I took that one way too early. Yeah, TXN was weird. That one just randomly popped. Oh, HLF, Herbalife. They have a new CEO. For anybody in the MLMs, yeah. They're going crazy right now. And then there's a SPY. It's working. So other premiums on some SPY calls went up. The other ones from earlier are murdered. Let's see when the puts get cheaper. So keep in mind, that put play. Watch out. Let's see where that one actually goes to. Oh, yeah, the puts are slashed now. Great. So this is good. It has to hold, but this is bringing down the value of the puts now. Last time you had this bounce, the puts were still at like $2, $3. Now they're actually starting to decrease. So it could be a little bit of movement. 12 more minutes till middle of the hour, and then we will get some more push-ups in. But not bad. Hopefully this holds. Again, Herbalife on the high. SMCI now. They're getting their red. PTP? What's that? Oh, post to play. It's like, dude, we already got PNC, dog. I was like, what the hell does PTP mean, man? Wild day with all the plays. Baba, Tesla, JPN, going to the law tower. Oh, pay the plug. Post the play. Wow. PTP. You choose. Post the play or pay the plug. It's your choice, brother. It's your choice. Do both if you're a real one. Wow. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Protect that portfolio. I don't know this SMCI event. People are saying it's on Twitter, but I'm a little bit there. Let me see. Someone tag me. Yeah, starts area. This is it. Chad tagged me in it. So our all-star cast beyond artificial. Yeah, SMCI, Lenovo. They just had earnings. So when is this? Are they going to go live? Oh, it says 1 p.m. I don't know where they're hosting it. Oh, TK, baby. Thank you, my friend. Bless the Chad. Bless the Chad. See, now you gave me 5 opportunities to ban someone who wasn't in there earlier. You guys know that every day y'all be giving out mad membership gifts. And the next day I get into Philo and there's always some, why you ain't talking about stocks? Why come? I'm like, oh man. I'm like, you must be very grateful for that membership. I could tell you were definitely paying attention to all of it. Yeah, so we'll see. But I appreciate it either way. I hope they do too. I could tell you was conflicted. Just call him Salon. Oh, no. You're like, yeah, Josh, let's do it again. All right. Well, cool. All right. Thank you. It's like some of you, see, y'all just want me to ban them. You know that. That's what I was saying. Like, you're like, oh, I feel bad. Why are they so mean to Josh? It's like, no, man. I feel bad. I have to clap them. It's not like, no, bro. It's just slaughtering. That's why I'm like, why do y'all? I think some of y'all get entertained by it. Well, either way, make the most of it. Get it long term. Intel, I mean, like we said, once there's news that come in, it'll probably stop. But then it was getting too active. This was the best week in 2 weeks, and then it chilled. Fang on the high. More oil, Halliburton, VLO. Again, the put premium dropped. SPY is at VWAP. Last time we did this, we failed, and then another hour. I still feel the same way. So we need to get out of this. Otherwise, if we get trapped here, I mean, I hope you're patient. Again, oil is going up. That's the only real thing I've seen move here in the last hour, minus a couple of healthcare names and then SMCI. And then again, at 1 p.m. Eastern, so in 30 minutes, apparently there is going to be some conversation that is beginning here. So this thing is just holding that level from yesterday. This looks terrible. Like, good and bad. I want to play it. I should have played it when we were talking about it. Calls are very expensive. I like it, man. All right, I made a move. We'll see, though. I'm scared. Okay, SPY going up. Again, I still have one of those other calls. The peach is consistent, though. Indeed, bro. Indeed. And the long term, man. And I'm very glad. And I'm glad some of y'all did it. Someone asked yesterday, they were like, Josh, you mean to tell me you really believe that somebody sat here for 5 years and didn't get a long term? And I'm not trying to rub it in anyone's face, but yes, you would be surprised. So yeah, man, I'm glad a lot of y'all did it. Oh yeah, we only need 100 more likes and then we'll have the wire if you're into that. I don't know what you're into, but yeah. Where was this? Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. Don't do it. Please don't do it. Fed Muslim, if productivity speed up is reaching its trend, question if it will accelerate more. Nice. All right. I did a move here. I hope it balances out. Can you use me as a reference on your resume? No. I will send them your entire Chad facts. Versace parent company Capri cut to junk by S&P. Isn't it CPRI? Yeah. CPRI dumping off of that. Again, they're luxury retailer. They haven't really had a lot of good news. Mm-hmm. Illumina again? Well, watch Capri. They just got credit downgraded. Illumina's 4.5. We still don't know. That's a big amount now. Like I said, that chain was a lot harder to hit, but we'll see. Okay, Illumina going HP on the high. And then SMCI moving. And then SPY so slow. We want to break out of the rain. Microsoft going up, so that's kind of good. We'll see where that plays. Why the price point? It helps me save time, and I don't want to influence anybody anymore. If y'all don't like it, please cancel right away. But it's a lot quicker for me, too. And then if I'm able to move and do all that, and I want you guys to figure out you should go small as possible. So I'm not going to be the one to influence you beyond that. If you do monitor those plays, though, they have been fire. So I think you could be wise around the timing of it, but it's allowing me to be quicker, and like I'm saying, I'm going to leave that up to you guys now. Dude, we caught Illumina within the first one. But, yeah, it's kind of wild. Did I exit my Apple, or don't worry about it. You should worry about the long term. But like I told you, the Apple news, the rumor, we got it pretty much an hour ahead of everybody. So we were even stream alerting, talking about it here. That was pretty much the play opportunity. But I left that up to you to decide. SMCI again now. Again, that one starts in 30 minutes. So we'll see if that leads us anywhere. NIB is coming back up too. They had earnings. They dropped today, but they're already moving back up. SPY won't get above that VWAP though. You grabbed the Capris. Is that one still going down? Again, Illumina as well. Yeah, Capri just got downgraded. And then oil breaking out. USO on the high again. I'm surprised Target didn't react big on the first one. Apple is still moving up there now again, too. And China. Let's see. Watch it. I mean, if China could come back, that could help out, but they gave up a lot. There's Nibis again. SMCI again. SPY just showing bonds catching some volume, too. Let's see. Let us see. And then 9:30. So let's get a push up in. Stand up. Flex the core. I would like to do a plank. No additional headlines, not really. I don't know. What have we been kind of waiting for? There's been Fed Muslim, Goolsby, and the other one. You even had a JD Vance one. You've had oil and Russia stuff, but that's it. But otherwise, Not anything that has really been much different from last night to here in the morning or that has been market moving. U.S. objects to calling out Russian aggression in G7 statement on Ukraine. Oh, wow. That's a big shift. Yeah, yesterday there was a lot individually, but it's mad early right now. Don't forget, it's only 9:30. I guess we've been 3 hours in. Can you explain a SMCI weekly put sell to open? You should not trade options. That's how I'm going to explain it to you. You do not understand enough right now to be trading those live. I would go get a Thinkorswim account and paper trade them for a little bit. But that could wind up backfiring really terribly. If you are trying to trade a SMCI and you don't know what you're doing on even sell to open, it's very dangerous. So whatever you want to do, I would just paper trade it, and that's exactly why I don't post my plays anymore, because I am scared for some of y'all. Just don't get lost in the sauce. Go slow. Prepare yourself. Many ways to learn, but if you're uncomfortable, go through the tutorials, and little by little, you'll work your way in there. Don't take my word for it. Ask any of the Chads here, and they will tell you. I'm not even. This is not even me being an asshole. I'm genuinely looking out for you right now. So be careful. YPF. That one again. Muslim banking system strong and well capitalized. Yeah, that's kind of the beauty, because once you learn the long term, it feeds into options perfectly. So that's why I'm always saying, the long term can train you and prepare you. And once you learn stocks, it's a lot easier to learn options. But the vice versa, you might end up confusing yourself. All right. Well, Chad, stand up. Get the body moving.
I think that's at this valuation, it's priced in a lot of bad news and a lot of the bad fundamentals. And I'm making the bet that this company, being the #1 player in the industry, will recover in fundamentals, mainly the margin side. I have no problem with their product growth. Optum is their gem. 25% of total revenues. It has an operating profit growth of 12%. That's the driver of the growth in my mind. And if you can get the margin side fixed, then I think you see upside from here.
Yeah, I just wonder if there's at some degree a buyer strike in that name.
Oh, there is a press briefing scheduled.
Discussed since the CEO of United Healthcare was murdered.
Excuse me?
Diamondback, quickly.
Yeah, so they made another acquisition this week of Double Eagle, and it's going to be free cash flow positive by 5 to 6% this year, next year. This is the 6th acquisition that this company has done since 2020. And every deal that they have done, it's accretive to free cash flow. And they have the highest oil and gas production in the industry. And it's just the largest pure play on the Permian, which is the fastest growing piece within the U.S. that you want to be exposed to. Trades at 10 times EBITDA, 10 times earnings. So I think this is a really good move for them, and I like what they're doing overall.
All right, good stuff. Steph, thank you. We'll see you back on the desk. That's
Thanks.
Stephanie Link. Contessa Brewer has the headlines for us now. Hi, Contessa.
Hi there, Scott. Senator Mitch McConnell has just announced today on his 83rd birthday he will not seek re-election next year. That decision ends a 4-decade career where he became the longest-serving Senate leader in history. Not long after McConnell's official announcement, Representative Andy Barr released a statement saying he's considering a run for McConnell's seat. The PGA Tour and officials for the Saudi Public Investment Fund are expected to meet with President Trump at the White House today to continue negotiations for an agreement between the Tour and Live Golf. Sources tell the Washington Post any agreement would need to be vetted by the Department of Justice. Now, both sides are hoping Trump's involvement could help with overcoming regulatory hurdles. And Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos announced today the streaming company will invest $1 billion to produce TV series and films in Mexico over the next 4 years. The company already has 400 employees there, and $2 million of this investment is earmarked for Churubusco Studios in Mexico City, which first began operating in the 1940s. Scott, that's the news.
All right, Contessa, appreciate that, Contessa Brewer. Coming up, calls of the day. One firm sticking with its bull case for the worst performer in the S&P today. Kerry owns it, which is why we discuss it next.
Oh, shit, I'm peeing. Am I unmuted? I hope so. Otherwise, this might be terrible. Either way, yeah, there is going to be, what's it called? Bro, like, crunches make me want to poop. Yeah, I'm muted. You heard that? Okay. Yeah. I don't know, man. That was wild. You heard me pee? That's good. I hope. I don't know if that made you uncomfortable. I'm comfortable. Are you? Argentina again. YPF. YPF, fam. Fed Muslim, no plans to change Fed balance sheet drawdown. Trump admin opens review and whether to rescind $4 billion in grants awarded to California high-speed rail project. I don't know who that would affect. Would that affect Tesla, Uber, transports? That's the only thing. I don't know. We've had a couple of those, but again, the reactions are a little interesting. SPY moving. So we will see. And again, you actually have a press briefing today. At the very least, it's scheduled, but I don't see her. Jumia manipulation. I haven't heard that name in a while. Again, SPY went below VWAP. We're trying to get out of this little range since the morning, and if we don't, yeah, Jumia is down 38%. Is that because of earnings? But, man. I don't think there was bad bank news, but the last 2 days they've kind of been underperforming. I think there was something, but I honestly just think they ran up, and then a little bit of rotation. But it was very noticeable today. And then Microsoft and Apple doing great. Apple did come down a little bit. But, yeah. I write a book on my know-how of markets. I mean, it's live. You could ask the book a question. You know what I'm saying? But, like, yeah, I have it. It's all in a transcript somewhere. That's why shout out to AI, bro. Shout out to AI. Oh, we hit 2,000 likes? No, we hit 1999. Literally, I'm not even making it up. I just need one more person. There it is. There it is. There it is. Wow. Wow. So now you get freedom. But remember, freedom is all dependent on your attitude. So once the chat gets crazy, I will go back to members only. But you have now met the requirements to be freed. That's what it is. That's all we're looking for. Welcome. Good to have you. Amazing freedom. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. You ain't paying a YouTuber, but you'll just spend your time? Okay. Word. That's fine. I'm definitely, but I encourage you to value your time more. That's it. But get a long term. Thank you. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. For the bell, SPY puts went up. Yeah, if you had those from yesterday, they were good. It was a wild morning. You got a long term, but you get this shit for free. I mean, you did till you started running your mouth. But now you just got to make a new account and then do this for 24. Everyone else is chill, but you wanted the attention. You want to stand out a little bit. I got you, G. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Thank you. You're welcome, man. I'm glad that you're here. See, it's very good to be a part of it. Very good. I like the good vibes, baby. I like the good ones. SFCI, that's going again. Illumina, bro. We didn't even know it. That Apple's starting to dump a little. And you got Fed Muslim. There's Illumina now, bro. Down 5.7. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. Let me double check. I am looking at, I got back to a lot of people. We're getting it there. Illumina's layoffs. But yeah, and then some of you had some properties. I said we could go over them on stream. So if you're here, now would be the time. But other than that, yeah, we are. We're going over a lot of them. There's been a lot. You can't wait for Philo? Nice. What was your favorite part about yesterday's Philo, Michael? Just Michael? Nobody else? I'm curious to know. All right, there you go. A little bit of a green. Zelensky, I had a productive meeting with U.S. Special Envoy Kellogg. We discussed security guarantees. Interesting. So now Zelensky, I thought they canceled that meeting. You guys remember in the morning where they said that the U.S. canceled it? Apparently, Zelensky is saying he had a productive meeting. Respect where respects, dude. God bless you, Skato. My man. Don't know where to start? Yeah, email me where you're at, like what state, and I can put you in touch with an agent. And ideally, you just want to know what you could get approved for, what your budget is, and then finding a house that isn't at a multi-month or year high. And that's it. And then we go dust. But I have a couple of criterias I could give you. I see GME on the high. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Is GME big? I see a couple more chads talking about it. Yeah, 3 big candles. GME. What do we got? GME, 2.5. Ay. My goodness, bro. Oh, you might have missed it. I appreciate you. Hold on. No, the calls are cheap for a second, but then they just gapped it up by 30. Be careful. There was some on the dailies, but I don't even know what it is, but that's 2.5. But they already got a premium on them. So be careful. I don't know if it's a squeeze, but 2.5. It did this earlier. There were some really cheap options, but I was going to take it. But by the time I could have, it went up. I put in a limit. It didn't fill. And then it gapped up 30. No idea what it is, though. You sold earlier. I don't get it. It's going back up. It's very, very tweaky. Be very careful. SMCI now still 2. That one's going to begin in 15 minutes, and we have the press briefing. Literally 4.2, dude. Oh, dude. Might be a tweet. I don't know what it was earlier. Remember, we caught it once earlier today. That was just a big velocity. But then it just faded. You have the NVIDIA SMCI thing beginning in 15 minutes. And then the press briefing should have began 45 minutes ago. Yeah, where is your girl, bro? Fed Muslim, one-time increase in tariffs is one-time increase in price level. All right, yeah, I think that's a dud. We'll keep an eye on it, but till then, see if it does make another move, see if there's a headline, and then where's Illumina? And then the SPY, it's working up, but it's moving so slow that the plays don't. I mean, they're up, one of them, but das it. Das Auto. You know? Apple. Bro, Lumina, someone said layoffs was the headline. Oh, I didn't see it. And SPY chilling. DHI on the high. Oh, what was the other one? AGI? Or ADI? Yeah. My long term is on this channel. If you go to the post tab, you should see the full long term. And we even had a video the other day going over it on the trading fraternity. Gold, yeah. And then remember oil, SPY's coming down now. What's the other one? How many companies? I have no idea. The best would be to go and look at it and calculate it on your own, but I have no idea off the top of my head. French President Macron, we are now entering a new era where there are risks and need to make choices. Bro, Lumina still selling, SPY red, SMCI down a little bit. You don't have stream alerts. How can we get plays if you're in Canada? At this point, I think the only recourse is to convince Trudeau to join America. Then I would be able to provide it. But until then, sorry. But yeah, we don't have it for overseas yet or another place. Hopefully, GME is still moving up. Where's K-Web? Oh, yeah, GME on the high. Shit. Okay, the premiums haven't moved, though, from the other one. They're still, like, at the inflated price. Let's see where they go from here, my friends. And remember, you have the wires, so if you see anything, too, yeah, let me know. 30-year tips, it's not really a big event, so be careful of that. Even then, it's weird that people are buying tips. Tips is a terrible investment right now, all things considered. And SPY. I mean, we're just waiting for events at this. All right, there's your GameStop now. What is going on with it? We have no idea. I say the premiums are terrible. Unfortunately, if you had it at the 30% below, you made 60%. Otherwise, you're still stuck at the other range. Yeah, I have no idea I just don't like the play. We had it early, but it wasn't, they just didn't allow it to go through. Like they jacked up that premium really fast. All right, we'll see. It keeps moving. That's up 3.7. That caught my attention at 2.5. Yeah, everyone keeps talking the Cohen thing, but we'll see. And then again, Zelensky says Ukraine offered the fastest constructed way. Ukraine is ready for 24/7 work on this. But you pay us by the hour. Right? 24/7, you pay by hour, right? Has he not been doing work 24/7? You pay by the hour, right, America? Europe? By the hour I work, by it. Only by the hour. There it is. All right, well, we're getting ready. They lag. I don't have audio, but I have the video feed of the press briefing. So that might push our philo back a little bit. And there's your GMA. That's it. They're running. Even the plays now are going higher, but I don't think there was as good as an opportunity, even though we got it early. That one was just weird. The premiums are weird on GME. I'm not as good as that at that one. But yeah, you're now at 5%. I would start paying attention. But the premiums, I would say, are dud. Unless you think it's going to palantir like yesterday. And then even if you're late, it still goes crazy. But that's all you, baby. That's all you. You grab the 30. Oh, you went next week? I was looking at the dailies. I was looking at the 29s. These are the ones that fucked up. So I was supposed to get these at like 8 to 10, you see? And then they went up to 13, and 13's the shit price. So that's why I was like, you couldn't make as much. You got 8, you would have doubled up. You would have made them free by now. So that was the only problem. But other than that, I didn't play it. But that's the one I was eyeing as like a quality metric, and it wasn't really there. Nibis is still going up. That was running with SMCI earlier. NVIDIA. HNI. Bro, Apple and Microsoft. Microsoft been doing amazing. SPY's just chilling, though. Bonds coming down. We will see. The spreads are widening on GME. Which is, I don't know if that's a good thing. We'll keep it's still up 27. I think it just, if people start squeezing it, you're going to hear the Ryan Cohen Bitcoin shit, but there's nothing for now. At the end of the day, though, it's up almost 5, now down to 3.8. There's no real strategy. It's just kind of, we get news. If you know the right details and we can verify it quickly, that makes it a lot easier. But sometimes if it moves without anything, we could usually identify if there's like a meaningful move, and then I monitor premium to know if we're too late or not. And that's what I'm saying. If it squeezes, those plays will still hit, but that's not the one I want. I want it where I'm able to capture the event and get it at a low price so that by the time it even starts moving, I'm already up 100% making it free, and then playing with extremely small amounts. Well, hey, you got it here. I told you, but I still don't know what it is. We'll find out. Like I said, the premiums are a little bit, you had a window, then that window closed, now they're up, and now it's just a matter of where it goes from here. Then bonds are coming down, so is the SPY. And SMCI, DoorDash selling off kind of big. It's already been down all day. Make it free is where we buy a certain amount, and then it goes up, and then you sell one of the contracts to get your initial investment back. Tesla coming down. Baba killed it. Yeah, I wish I held the put longer, but maybe those calls come back. Otherwise, you're long term 90% on Baba. Woo! Yeah, Tesla, low ticker, Uber, SPY, bonds. Watch the velocity. Low ticker picking up. I don't know what happened here, Habibi. You see? You're Chad. I think we're going to be like this for a couple of hours now. I hate to break it to you, but unless you could get a bounce from here real quick, but now, yeah, it's already 10. You might not move until like power hour. CVI on the high. A lot of small caps. Otherwise, a lot of things are on the low ticker right now. That velocity, 30-second, 1 minute, 5 minute picked up. Again, bonds, stocks, everything kind of went down a little bit. I think the dollar went up. You love it? Nice. You're in Azerbaijan? Well, I don't know where it is. I do, but I don't, you know? Well, I'm down. You got a long term or what? Azerbaijan. Habibi. INSG in Seago. It's in the red, getting big volume. It's one of these smaller caps, but yeah, that's moving right now. I don't have anything on that. LNG. Philip Morris 52-week high. Remember MO. Yeah, bro. Some of these value names have been killing it. And then healthcare still up. French President Macron, we are not planning to send troops to Ukraine. If there's no dissuasion, Russia will not keep its word. Honestly, this all sounds kind of bullish. There it is. New high on GameStop. The premiums are not going higher. So be mindful. Unless you're in the money, that same contract I showed you, that pop isn't doing it. But yeah, you are hitting it again. So be mindful. The premiums are kind of wonky. You might do better with shares, but we still don't know what is happening. But now you're up 5, 4.5. Yeah, Unity, and then AT&T flipped. Remember them and Verizon earlier. The Apple's chilled out. Jumia on the low. One of you guys called that one out earlier. You grabbed GME earlier, but you only posted it when it hit a green? Word. Thank you. I have no idea what's going on with it. But yeah, try to post your guys' plays ahead of time. Oh, Ryan Cohen followed a Bitcoin account on X. Is that it? That would be hilarious, but like I said, the higher it goes, you're just going to start hearing people talk about that, but otherwise, we don't know what happened. Yeah, now you got people saying rumor. So be careful. We caught it on literally the first candle, but just do your thing. Who knows? Maybe we get one like yesterday. Dude, all of those things yesterday. Remember, we just started getting one after the other. Old news, everything. Coin getting sus, big call action in the next week as well. Remember, you just had Michael Saylor at the CPAC thing too. Hasbro on the high. LNG on the high. SPY came down. Bonds are flushing. Oh, I think this is the Fed balance sheet. U.S. non-seasonally adjusted commercial paper outstanding, $13 billion. Rises $2.6 billion in February 19th. So I think budget was a little bit higher. That's why bonds. The coin lawsuit. Are you talking about the Wells notice from the SEC? That would kind of make sense. But I don't know. Sometimes, again, with the call plays, too, give it like a day or two delay, you might be able to run him up. But we'll see. Either way, we're just getting movements, but we don't have any, like, headline. INSG, the one the Chad called, just popped another, 50 cents? Still in the red. And then bonds dropped too. And now SPY's following along with it. Palantir hasn't moved on any of this. Big Cap's still holding. SMCI is kind of switching gears. See where that goes. That actually should be beginning, right? Yeah. DDN Intelligent. Where is it, Habibi? Oh, do you have to register? It's kind of whack. Are you ready to see what's next? I am. First name, Josh. Last name, Intel. Intel CEO at gmail.com. Company, Intel. Country, Azerbaijan. I got you, G. I got you. Shout out all my Azerbaijanians. I think I said the adjective correctly. Well, I'm filling in my form. NVO again. Remember we had a pop on that? Bro, again. That's a double on NVO, man. No idea still. I hate that chain, though. You will see the email? Oh, fuck. I don't have access to that email. Okay, let me try that again. CNC, is that part of NVO? CNC's dying. Hold on, you might have something. NVO up, CNC down. I don't know how they're linked, but hold on. That's Centene? Oh, I'm not seeing. Centene's barely down, though, off of it. And again, the NVO chain kind of shit. It's Medicare. Oh, I think MPW. They rent a lot there. The GME's still holding. Maybe it's something related to Medicare and the obesity drugs. But CNC dropping, NVO on the high. CNC now getting a little bit worse, so watch out. That might develop. Ukraine foreign minister sees no Russian appetite for peace. CNC option chain is cheap if you go deep, but that's not what you really want. They're already jacked. Unless you could get filled in between the spread. Or if it really plummets, but yeah, they've already moved. And NVO. The next weeks are a little better on CNC. I'm going to burn it. I don't know what's going on. NVO, Chatter, Motley Fool. Yeah, burn NVO. That one's weird. But even CNC, I have no idea. Yeah, the premiums on the dailies, though, suck. Is Bitcoin still moving? Yeah, Bitcoin new high, 98.35. 98.55. Then SPY trying to hold bonds near the low or the opening of the day. More Capri news. Yeah, still holding though. GME is still holding as well. Everything's kind of still holding. Very, very odd. And then I'm waiting for the press briefing. Otherwise, if they take too long, we will go to Philo. But if she could come on soon, I'll leave it up. GME is Bitcoin now. So, like, hear me out. I'm going to blow your guys' minds. have you ever thought about just buying Bitcoin instead? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all have really thought about this, but do you guys know, like, you can buy Bitcoin yourself too? No, for real, like, so yeah, like, you know how he's going to go buy Bitcoin and you're like, wow, I'm going to buy that because he's buying Bitcoin. You could just do that yourself too, man. So yeah, like, you could buy Bitcoin instead of the company buying Bitcoin.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi.
I brought some heavy hitters in here with me today. Today marks 1 month of President Trump's return to the Oval Office, and there is no denying this administration is off to a historic start. The president has already signed 73 executive orders. That is more than double the number signed by Joe Biden and more than quadruple the number signed by Barack Obama over the same period. These executive orders have ended burdensome regulations, sealed the border, unleashed our domestic energy sector, eliminated divisive DEI from our federal government, stopped the weaponization of government, cut waste, fraud, and abuse, reinstituted America First trade and foreign policies, and ultimately restored common sense. The president also signed the Laken Riley Act into law, which ensures ICE will detain illegal aliens arrested or charged with theft or violence. As of today, the Senate has already confirmed 18 cabinet-level nominees, which is more than at this point under the Obama administration in 2009, and more than double the pace of the Biden administration in 2021. And today, we expect Kash Patel to be confirmed as the next director of the FBI. We are proud to announce that the president will host his first official cabinet meeting here at the White House next Wednesday, February 26th. In just 4 weeks, President Trump has already hosted the leaders of Israel, Japan, Jordan, and India. And next Monday, the president will host France's President Emmanuel Macron. And on Thursday, the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer will visit the White House as well. As you all know, over the past month, the president has taken questions from the press, all of you, nearly every single day, sometimes on multiple different occasions, in the same day, on any topic any of you wish to talk about. President Trump set the tone on this approach immediately when he took more than 12 times the questions in his first few hours in office, as Joe Biden did in his entire first week.
They did the math 12 times.
Yesterday, we hosted a local media row here at the White House with television and radio stations from across the country that reached up to 60 million viewers and listeners. In our ongoing pursuit of transparency on this 1 month celebration, I am thrilled to bring 3 of my colleagues and our policy experts here at the White House to further recap this incredible first month of accomplishments in greater detail. We have Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller, the Director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, and our National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz.
Yeah, so
I will hand it over to them. They will deliver brief remarks on the accomplishments
I'm giving you a warning
in the first month.
Y'all have been terrible for the first 45 seconds of this.
When we open up the Q&A portion, I do
my
ask
finger
for
is
the
on
sake
the
of
trigger right
efficiency in
now.
this room that you
For
direct
members
your question
only,
to the principal
please.
you seek an answer from, and I will call on you in this room. But
Please,
first,
guys, I'm not trying to do it to you.
And first
I'm
up,
not,
I'll turn it
but
over
you
to Stephen
gotta step it up, man.
Thank you. It's great to be back.
Shutting up now. Yeah, you were one of the comments. You were one of them. Yeah. So
celebration
that's good, but you guys better figure. I mean, that's it. Y'all already. Y'all in on 2 of them.
No
So next one we gone.
To what Donald Trump has achieved over just the last 30 days. He has packed 8 years of transformative action, restoring this nation, restoring our laws, restoring fairness, restoring economic opportunity, restoring national security in just 1 month. No one in this country has ever seen anything like it. And when you look at the consequentiality and the significance and the transformative nature of the actions he's taking, it truly defies
Thank you for your sacrifice, George.
For example, in just
I
one
needed
area,
to get that out.
this nation has been plagued and crippled by illegal discrimination, diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. It's strangled our economy. It has undermined public safety. It has made every aspect of life more difficult, more painful, and less safe. He has ended all DEI across the federal government. He has terminated all federal workers involved in promulgating these unlawful policies. He has ended diversity, equity, and inclusion in all federal contracting. He has restored merit as the cornerstone of all federal policy, restored the
Vertex.
full, fair, impartial enforcement
Hey,
of the federal civil rights
if you hear
laws
anything on their
for
pain
the
drug,
first
that'll go
time
crazy.
in generations. And he has cracked down on individuals across this government and nonprofits who have engaged in illegal racial discrimination against the American people. This includes making clear to every educational institution in this country that ending diversity, equity, and inclusion, ending unlawful race discrimination, is a precondition of receiving federal funds. He has also saved women's sports by ending the participation of men in women's sports. He has ended radical gender ideology across the entire federal government, and he's pressured the private sector to also end and combat radical gender ideology. He's reestablished the scientific and biological truth that there are only two sexes in this country, male and female, that those are biologically based determinations.
NVO's still
They are
going,
not
but I don't
based
know
and
what's
can
going
never
on
be
with that.
based on gender
Yeah,
identity.
that one's weird.
That includes
But hey, take
rooting
it.
out of the Department of Defense all DEI policies, all critical race theory, all gender madness, and once again having a military that is focused solely and exclusively on readiness, preparedness, and lethality. As I'm sure Kevin will talk about more, of course, he has undertaken a historic cost-cutting effort across the federal government, launching the first ever Department of Government Efficiency, uncovering corruption on a scale that we never thought imaginable, terminating every single federal worker that we have found to be engaged in the corruption and theft and the waste of taxpayer dollars, and already saving $50 billion in a single year, which over a 10-year period would be $500 billion. Just think about how vast and enormous that sum is. Of course, as you all know, he has renamed the Gulf of Mexico to his correct and proper name, the Gulf of America. He has renamed Mount Denali into Mount McKinley, part of a historic effort to restore patriotism and national pride all across this land. He has ended the weaponization of the federal government, restored the Department of Justice to its true mission of combating threats to this nation and keeping the American people safe. He has ended all federal censorship of free speech. This has been one of the greatest crises that has plagued this nation. Years and years and years of the federal government violating the First Amendment to take away Americans' right of free speech. President Trump has ended that, and he has demanded that all federal workers, all law enforcement, cease any effort to intimidate the rights of Americans or to police their speech. That was the Motley Fool thing. He has also restored the death penalty at the Department of Justice, including for illegal aliens who commit murder, including for those who murder cops, and including for all of those who threaten Americans with heinous acts of violence. The death penalty is back. Law and order is back.
You
the
say
streets
the death
are
penalty?
being made safe once again.
Wait, what?
On the public health front,
Excuse
he has
me?
launched the nation's first ever commission, the MAHA Commission, Make America Healthy Again, following the historic confirmation
Yeah,
of
Uber a little
RFK
bit. Even
Jr.
the market turned up.
To finally uncover the true root causes of the public health crisis in this country, the childhood disease epidemic in this country,
I was like, wait,
the
did you say
spiraling
death
rates of
penalty?
pediatric cancer, and devastating childhood
GME again.
sickness. He has finally created a situation where the federal health agencies in this country will be focused on preventing disease, on keeping children from getting sick in the first place, not sentencing them to a lifetime in and out of hospitals, suffering needlessly, when we can find ways to prevent this epidemic of illness. Then, of course, on Homeland Security. Today, it is officially the law of the land, at the conclusion of the congressional notification process, that 6 Mexican cartels and 2 transnational gangs, Tren de Aragua, or TDA, and MS-13, so 8 organizations in total, are now formally designated as foreign terrorist organizations, which means that every single member of those organizations who operates on U.S. soil is now, as a legal matter, a terrorist, and they will be treated as terrorists. This is a sea change in U.S. policy. And this means the Department of Justice,
Is this guy
and the
like
Department of Homeland
actually
Security,
hard, or is he just
along with
like
the
putting
rest
on
of
the
U.S. law enforcement and the Department of Defense,
guy,
are now
he's so
operating in a
serious.
legal reality.
I don't know
where
if
these
he's fake or
cartels
real about
are
it, though.
recognized as terrorists. and there will be a whole of government
I feel
effort
like he has a
to
cat
remove
at home.
these terrorists from our
But
soil.
I don't like. But
and to
at the
degrade
same
their
time,
ability
he's like,
to threaten or undermine any American
I feel like
security
he would
or
shoot
sovereignty
you
interests.
for no reason.
Border crossings since the day
Yeah,
he
the
took
power of
office
baldness,
are
dude.
down 95%. I think it's almost impossible to even describe the scale and scope of that achievement. President Trump, within days of taking office, cut border crossings 95%. And those few who have dared to cross are being either prosecuted or deported. They're either facing significant jail time for trafficking, smuggling, harboring, aiding, impeding, or they're being immediately removed from our soil. Either way, at the end of the process, they are going home. He's re-implemented Remain in Mexico, and he has obtained historic cooperation from foreign countries all around the world in accepting their deportees back. And he has used the United States military to fully seal the southern border with a historic deployment
Low ticker
of
volume
both
picking
active
up.
duty and National Guard troops, resumed the building of infrastructure. He has opened up Guantanamo Bay, and he's using military aircraft to carry out deportations all across this country. And ICE is joining with
Your
ATF,
uncle went
DEA,
back
and
and forth
FBI
and he's
to
illegal?
carry out the largest
Bro, why are you
deportation operation
snitching
in
on
American
him?
history. The
The
criminals
fuck?
are going home. The border is sealed shut. America is safe, sovereign, proud, and free. We are
I'm
a
removing
nation
your message
that everyone
for
in the
you,
world
bro.
understands. All across
Yeah,
this
now
planet.
he's gonna have some
do not
trouble
come here illegally
because his
You will
legal
not
ass
get in.
fucking
You will
nephew
go to
on
jail.
YouTube
You will go home. You
wanted
will
to
not
make
succeed.
a political point.
This is the biggest
Yeah.
and most successful change in any area of law enforcement that this nation has ever
Bro, you'll
seen.
get
and he
reported
did it
by a
in
Democrat.
under 1 month. Thank you.
Just so they'll make you try to regret your vote. They'll report your uncle, bro.
Thank you, Caroline.
Yeah,
You know, one of the things that President Trump cares most about is job creation.
This guy
and
better
it was
not be
about
like,
7
we're
years
gonna
ago,
kill you
I
if you
had the
cry
honor
like
of
that.
joining you
He does
in
not
this
give
room
me
for the
the
first
stern
time.
vibe.
And
So
it looks like we've created
seems
a lot
nicer.
more jobs in the last month.
He's all
Look at how
giggly
many
and
people
shit.
Here. My estimate is
This
about
guy's just happy to be
180,
here.
but I didn't count. So thank you. It's really an honor to be back here. I think that I just want to go over a few things and then hand it off to Mike. The first thing is that the president has told us to prioritize fighting inflation.
He's a
And he
jolly
had to do
old
that
fellow.
because, as you know, President Biden let inflation get completely out of control. And he did it with policies that made no sense. They made no sense. You know, a lot of times people say,
how can you be
to
a
us,
Christian
our
and
friends and
support
journalists,
this
you know, why are you
garbage? I'm
doing
gonna just
that?
tell you now, man.
But you know, I
if
like
you're
to think,
walking
why did they do
around
that?
pointing at people
Why
and be
did they
like, how
spend
can
so
you
much
be
money?
this? You're not a
And
Christian
then,
either.
Why did the Fed print so much money?
that's
So
that
that
was
we
like
had
the whole
inflation
point of the
as high
New
as we've ever seen
Testament.
since Jimmy Carter.
If you don't
So
know
why
what a
did they do that? So
Pharisee is,
we're addressing
so we're
inflation.
all terrible
We didn't have to
hypocrites.
address it in the first
I
term
love
because
your
it was always in
Jesus,
the
but I
ones,
don't
almost
like your
always.
Christians.
But we're going to get it back there.
So
and how are we doing
that's
it? Well,
it.
we're doing
So
it
you're
with
not a
plan
Christian? Then why do you
that
try to
President
hold
Trump and
anybody
I and
to a
others have
standard
talked
you wouldn't
about in the
believe in?
Oval that
Don't you
involves,
think
like,
that's
every
really
level
stupid?
of fighting
Or do you
inflation.
think that's like
First,
a
the
smart
macroeconomic
thing?
level. We're cutting spending. We're
That's like
cutting
walking up to
spending
you like,
in
you're not even
negotiations with
American.
people on
Like,
the Hill.
I'm not
We're
American.
cutting
Why would it matter to
spending
me?
with the advice
You all
of
claim to
our
be?
IT
No, I said it the
consultant,
other
Elon
day.
Musk.
I'm not a Christian.
And then we're
I've actually
also,
said it for over
looking
half
into
a
supply side
decade.
things,
I love
like
your Jesus,
restoring
but I
Trump's
hate
tax
your
cuts,
Christians.
maybe even
End quote,
expensing
Gandhi.
new factories so that there's
So
an
again,
explosion of
you just
supply.
sound
You
really
have an
stupid
explosion
right
of
now.
supply and a
You get
reduction
what I'm
in
saying? Because a
government
Christian
demand.
wouldn't tell you that.
Then
I
inflation
will.
goes way down.
You sound like a fool.
And then one of the things
an
that you
absolute
want to say is,
fool
well, when are you
to
gonna
try
see
to
it?
hold people
Well, the
to a
first thing that you'll
standard
see,
based
when
on listening
the
to
markets
something
believe
that
that
they
we're
have
gonna get
not
inflation under
directly
control
partaken in.
is that the
It's
10-year
terrible.
Treasury rate
Don't be
goes down,
foolish.
because
Grow
that's
up.
how they think about
Grow up.
future expected
Okay, you
inflation.
guys? Grow
and so
up.
we're still going to see
Thank
some
you.
memory of Biden's inflation. It's not going to go away in a month. But the 10-year Treasury.
No, I just
before the
clapped
last
him. You
consumer
guys
price
are good.
index
You
had
guys
dropped
did
about
good
40
after I
basis
warned
points.
you, so I
40
appreciate
basis
it. Thank
points
you.
Because markets
Love
were
to have you
optimistic
guys.
about
Love
our
to have you.
ability to fight inflation. 40 basis points is kind of not a fun thing to say.
Big old cry.
Economists
I'm
talk about it. I
oh, you
apologize.
got me, bro.
But the
You
way to
got
think about
me.
it is, for a typical mortgage, if that affects the mortgage rate, then it's going to save a typical family buying a house about $1,000 a year, and that's just in our first month.
Y'all just waited
The
5
second thing
hours
we've
for
done
me to
is we've
ban
had
you.
a lot of trade talks. In fact, I was just meeting a minister from Mexico.
No, like
with
actually
Howard
though,
Lutnick
you know what I'm
just a
saying?
couple of
Like you
hours ago.
actually waited.
And
you could have
we're
made
talking about reciprocal trade,
$15 an
and we're
hour.
also
You would have
talking
done
about the fentanyl
better, but like
crisis.
you waited for
And
that
so
one.
reciprocal
You're
trade
gonna do
is
it again
about
tomorrow.
our
I'll be
government
here too.
treating other governments the way they treat us.
And then they pay $5.99 $5.99 to laugh at that,
fair.
Benning.
It turns out that Americans have been disadvantaged by foreign governments over and over, and President Trump wants it to stop. And the fact that struck me as most noticeable when I started to look at what President Trump was asking us to do is that last year, last year we have data. U.S. companies paid $370 billion in taxes to foreign governments. $370 billion. Last year,
This guy's so
foreign
nice.
multinationals paid us $57 billion in taxes. We have 1/4 of world GDP. They have.
Do you
3/4
ban
of
member?
world
I ban
GDP.
anybody
And
with
we're
a
paying
flippant
370, they're paying
attitude.
57.
If you don't know what
This
that
is
means,
not
you got to look it
reciprocal.
up.
We're going to try.
But
or we're
other
going
than
to
that,
fix it.
you know,
the other thing that we've
that's
done
it.
is we've had an all of the above energy approach that's led by Doug Burgum and Chris and a really large team, EPA. And we've already made so many
Kennedy Center
actions that are
evacuated
gonna
amid
affect,
bomb threat.
the price of energy.
Hassett
and lower
expects
inflation.
10-year yields
We've
to go
opened up
down. That's a trade
625
advisor.
million acres to energy exploration. We've cut 50 years of red tape that makes it so you can't have permits. And we've even made it so that when you go home, if you get a new one, then you can take a
check
shower
news on that.
or flush a toilet.
Southern, I think
or
it's
read
energy.
under a light bulb. We're doing that too.
Options are terrible.
So finally, let's just think about like the facts.
But up 0.09 on the
we
high
can see
ticker.
right
I don't
now
have a headline
that
yet.
we think are awesome.
Some of the options are
So
tweaking.
guess what?
But the
Small
spread's already
business
widened.
optimism has
SO.
gone up by the most ever since President Trump came in. ISM, which is the measure of what's going on in manufacturing.
SMCI.
it's
Did anybody
expanding
have
again,
anything from the event?
For the first time in years. CEO confidence is the highest it's been in years.
SO, do they
And
have
the
a
reason-
conference call?
the reason people
It's
are doing
energy
this
related, so
is
they
that
could
our
be saying
policies
something. If I get a
give
headline,
people
I'll let you
cause
know.
for optimism.
But for now, you got
And
the
then I want
first
to reiterate
move.
what Stephen Miller said, because it's so important, and it's so important for financial markets to start to digest this, that if, say, the Treasury
Now up
Secretary
one.
or the
I didn't like
any
the
cabinet
chain, but
secretary
it's going.
with Elon Musk
I don't know what's
is able
happening.
to find some savings, say $100 billion. Well, in CBO land, that's actually like about 10 times that, or maybe 12 times that over a
Yeah,
10-year
they had
window.
earnings today.
And so, when
So
you're
they were
thinking
down
about
2.9.
the
That's a 3%
negotiations
move.
right now over reconciliation,
Yeah, that's it. That
you're
has
thinking
to be the
about,
earnings
4
call.
trillion to 5 trillion.
Yeah, they were in the
Well,
morning.
Those numbers
Run.
in terms of the savings
Nice.
are going to end up being small.
15 to
because of all the
60
waste
cents
that
if you hit those,
and so
but
we're
just no
incredibly
bid.
optimistic about the future of inflation.
Oh, no, that's not on
and
the
future
daily.
of our
Let me
economy,
see.
and we're optimistic because we're making so much
If you
progress.
got the
So
one
far,
at
we already
10,
see it in market
20
prices.
cents
With
to,
that, I'll
it's still tough. The 88s did good, though. It's moving, though. That
Good
has to be the
afternoon.
conference call. Now you're up 3, bro. So there's something there.
What a month. And what a sea change in our foreign
Yeah,
policy.
there it is
in
now.
addition
20,
to
10
what
cents to
we're doing on
50.
the border and restoring American
The other ones were
sovereignty,
10
in
to
addition what
35 now.
We're doing,
Now the chain's
in
moving.
Our economy and the job creation and the inflation reduction, we are bringing the world back to where
All
it
right,
was.
I
at the
didn't
end
get
of
that one,
President
but if
Trump's
you did,
first
good
term,
work.
Which is a world
I think conference
of
call. Meta
peace,
flushing, and then
prosperity,
SMCI now coming down,
and
too.
looking forward and getting us out of the chaos that we've just seen
UAL.
over the last 4 years. So over
It's
the
already
last
down,
month,
but then Delta as well, too.
Just to name a few.
89 for 5.
I
Beautiful.
had the honor of sitting in the Oval Office as President Trump spoke with President Putin, and then immediately spoke with President
ENTA
Zelensky.
flushing.
And both of them said
SMCI,
only
I'm
President
assuming
Trump
it's this
could bring
event we
both
were
sides
waiting
to the
for.
table, and only President Trump could stop the horrific fighting that has been going on now.
Nobody's watching
for
this.
the better part of 4 years.
literally 3
and
times
that
as many
only
people
President
on our
Trump could
stream
drive the world
than
back
the
to peace.
AI
Both
stream.
of those leaders said that in back-to-back calls. And of course, we just
I
had
think
our
he just said an
historic
intro. That's
talks,
it.
mediated
So they moved on
by,
from the SMCI guy.
Our good friends.
That's why
and
I think it's
partners,
dumping.
Saudi Arabia.
I
We
think
give
people thought he
great
was gonna
thanks
do
to
something.
Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman for hosting and sat down for the first time in years with the Russians and talked about a path forward with peace. On top of that, and one of the things that led to that was the tremendous confidence building measure that we had with the release of
Kennedy
Mark Fogel.
Center evacuated.
I'll remind everyone
I
the
have
last
more of that
time that we
confirmed.
had an American released from the Russians, either we gave up a deadly spy, pressured our allies to give up a lethal killer, or we released under the Biden administration the world's most notorious arms dealer, Victor Boot, who, by the way, had one of
what are
his
you
main
saying?
clients
You got to
for arms,
fucking
the
dominant power
cartels,
forward for that
in,
deal.
in Mexico and Central America.
The fuck is
we
wrong
gave up
with
none
you?
of that. This was released as
think
a
you
confidence
undervaluing
building
that
measure,
trade.
working with our great Middle East envoy Steve
got a
Witkoff
dominant
and our
inside man,
Secretary of
woman
State
for the
as a
WNBA.
first step towards opening
What
these
is-
talks.
come on,
and
why are you
then,
hating?
moving forward towards peace. On top of that, we've secured
Lord of War
just in a
for
month
fucking 15
the return
rebounds a
of
game?
a dozen,
Boy,
12
calm
American
Box
hostages
out, Ale.
from Russia, from Bulgaria, from Venezuela, the Taliban, and Hamas. Excuse me, that's from Belarus, not Bulgaria. We also had, for the first time in quite some time, we took out
I think that
a senior
NVIDIA
leader of
asset
ISIS,
is a dud.
an international financier. And
Let me
recruiter.
explain it real quick because I have the other feed up. So that little SMCI thing, essentially, I think everybody was like thinking it was going to be like this big event, but then Homeboy just came in. Where is he? He was on one. Yeah, right here. This was it. It started dumping. Like he just came on.
Important partnership.
Just
to
pre-recorded
provide customer
shit, and then that's
amazing
it.
Solution.
So there might be more, but generally,
Infinite-
I think people thought they were going to get like everybody on there talking. It's not bad though. It's still doing good. So, but that's the update on that one.
Heretofore, there's been nothing but upside. You take an American, you get some better deal. You take another one, maybe you get a better deal. No more. There is now nothing but downside for taking Americans illegally, either as hostages or illegal detainees. And when President Trump sent a very clear message across the Middle East, but particularly
You guys
to
don't
Hamas,
remember
that there
when I
would be
told
all
you
hell
that?
to pay, we
And I was
suddenly
like,
saw
I
a
remember the
breakthrough.
days where like you
And
touched
now,
an American.
we just saw the release of yet another
didn't
group of
even
hostages.
matter, bro.
There have been
If you
dozens now,
touched
including
one American,
2 Americans that we've
they
seen
would
once
drain
again
hell.
reunited
And
with
then
their
all of a
families.
sudden, we had, like,
as part of
100
the
of them
talks with
kidnapped.
King Abdullah, he offered, and I
bad
think the
deal
entire
anywhere.
world is graciously accepted, to take 2,000 sick children, cancer patients.
Yeah, I remember
and
'cause y'all
others
thought
out
I
of
wasn't
Gaza,
American.
as a humanitarian. As a humanitarian
very
gesture,
powerful feeling. I know what
2,000
it's
Gazans
like, man.
will come
I
out
was
of
like,
that
no, I swear.
hellhole that it
man,
is,
fuck.
that wasteland that Gaza is right now, with unexploded ordnance, with debris everywhere, with no sewage, with no water, and President Trump has put forward a plan to deal with the practical reality that is 1.8 million
Victor
Gazans
Wembanyama
now,
sidelined?
now truly
Isolated
suffering.
blood clot?
And then,
How?
you know, just to bring it back to our own hemisphere, we've seen literally in the last month, after years of national security experts, the generals in charge,
How do
and
you
others
be that tall and the blood still
testifying and
clots?
ringing the alarm bells
I don't buy it.
about the Chinese Communist Party's presence
How?
in our own hemisphere,
He's
particularly in
18
the Panama
feet tall.
Canal. We're seeing the leadership of Panama step away from the Belt and Road program, move away from China and back towards the United States, and even enter into talks and other negotiations about addressing the ports on either side of the canal. And then finally, last but not least, we've had 4 world leaders in the White House, in the Oval Office. We've had the Prime Minister of Japan, the Prime Minister of India, the King of Jordan,
easier
and of
when you're
course
taller?
the Prime
No
Minister
way.
of Israel. Just in the last 4 weeks, and next week we'll have the Prime Minister of the United
I love
Kingdom, and we'll
Wembanyama.
have the President of France, Macron.
That's
So
on Wednesday?
President Trump
Or
is
next
on what we call Trump warp speed. We
Momo
are all
Herbalife's still on the high.
We are all honored to be really serving under his leadership
Hello, group,
and his
6%.
vision. And truly, you know, when we all say, and the president himself says he is a president of peace. He is a president focused on restoring stability. I think the entire world saw what the world will look like without strong American leadership in the last 4 years. And it's truly been an honor to get us back to where we were and back on track under President Trump's leadership.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm sure you're very eager to ask questions of these very smart people working very hard on behalf of the president.
Like today we have
do
Alex
have
Jones
somebody
to
in our
ask
new media seat
questions.
today. We have John Stoll, who is the head of news at X. As you all
Okay,
know,
we'll take
you're all
that.
on X. It's home
Head
to
of
hundreds
news
of
at
millions of
X.
users, a large contingent of independent journalists and news organizations across geographies and political spectrums. And at the same time, X remains the go-to platform for many legacy news outlets. And I know, as I mentioned, many of the reporters in this room use X to to attract eyeballs to your work. Prior to joining X, John spent 2 decades in
bond's going up.
journalism, including several years as an editor at the Wall Street Journal. We are excited to have him in the briefing room today. John, we'll let you kick it off. And as I said at the top, please direct your question to the individual up here who you'd like an answer from. John, why don't you begin?
All right, thank you very much. I am sitting in for a thriving ecosystem of journalists, independent and emerging news organizations who do depend on X for publicity, for a business model. And so
Where
I
is
look forward to seeing many of them in this seat in months and years to come. I also thank you, Caroline, for opening this seat up to new media. It really is a testament not only to your open-mindedness, but also to innovation, that you'd actually think about, folks that are not traditionally credentialed to be in this room, and not only have a question, but also to witness. This is a very important intersection of power and the free press. And so just the ability to witness this and be part of it, it brings everybody's game up. So thank you for that. I think this is for Mike Waltz. My question is about Ukraine.
Sure.
For about more than 10 years, I've been fascinated, like many, with what's going on. Was in Northern Europe, working out of the Baltics when Crimea was annexed.
So all of you saying glazing, that is very flippant. Just fucking listen. Calm the fuck down. Not everything has to be implied as an effort of unseriousness.
Solidarity with
That's why I
Ukraine.
said go look up the definition of flipping. Don't let the devil rob you of understanding and wisdom, even if you don't agree with it.
I wonder how much of what we're
it.
seeing right now in the administration of President Trump
That's like
is
I'm
a
saying
call to
that
Europe
all of that's
and
just
the European
flipping.
leaders and the allies that we've traditionally had to pick up that hot potato and
I'm not saying you're wrong,
a little bit more
but think about it.
concrete
Just
to
listen.
win and preserve
Don't let
the
it
peace
stop
in
you, bro.
Ukraine. The second question I have is it's related. There's been a lot of speculation that President Trump and the administration might be manipulated by Vladimir Putin. I wonder if you can just talk a little bit about the administration's posture and your confidence in the competence of this administration to go toe-to-toe with Vladimir Putin.
Well, if there's I'll take the second question first. If there's anybody in this world that can go toe-to-toe with Putin, that could go toe-to-toe with Xi, that could go toe-to-toe with Kim Jong-un, and we could keep going down the list. It's
You're going to yap because you defended this country? Well, thank you for your service, but you're not going to do it in here like that. So if you need a VA loan, I'll help you, and I would love to get you a long term, but you don't try to use my veterans against me. Everybody else in here served as well.
Not only handle Putin, but
thank
to
you,
handle the
veterans.
complexity of driving this war to an end. And then on your first piece on Europe, I'll take you back to 2014. You're right. There was a lot of hand-wringing in Europe and not a lot of action. There's also a lot of hand-wringing here in Washington under the Obama administration and not a lot of action. They literally threw blankets at the problem. And so I'll remind everyone that Putin had
Dollar
some
General
type of
and Dollar
conflict,
Tree.
invasion,
Yo,
issue
DG.
with their neighbor under
DG
President
and Dollar
Bush
Tree.
with Georgia, under President Obama with Ukraine 2014, not under President Trump 45, and again with President Biden in 2022. The war should have been deterred. The war should have never happened, and I have no doubt it would not have happened under President Trump.
Hold on, DG and Dollar Tree, Sycamore exploring a deal.
Again, but I just want to push back on this
check
notion
the other
of
one.
our European
Tech
allies not being
DG as
consulted
well.
as we've entered
DG
into
and
this
Dollar
process.
Tree
I already
exploring
mentioned
a
the
deal.
immediate phone call President Trump made to President Zelensky. He has talked to President Macron of France repeatedly last week. President Macron convened European
Dollar
leaders
Tree
and then
and
is
DG.
coming here on
Hold
Monday.
on, what does it
Prime
say?
Minister Starmer is
Bridge
coming,
Capital are competing
next
to acquire
Thursday.
Family
We've
Dollar.
Also, I've talked to
DG
every
and
one of my
Dollar
national
Tree, both
security
moving.
national security advisor
Got you, baby.
counterparts
Gotcha.
across,
It's popping. It's only
across
right
the
now.
spectrum in
It might be a
Europe.
little
I've talked
too
to
late. There was
Secretary
one
General
cheap
Rutte,
one on DG.
the
Dollar
leader of
Dollar
NATO,
Tree
the
went
Secretary
crazy. Those
General
ones
of
are not
NATO.
good.
We have
I got a
repeatedly-
DG
Oh, by the
one.
way, we had half our cabinet, 7 cabinet officials, including the vice president, at the Munich Security Conference, all engaging, all listening, and all making sure our allies are heard. However, we've also made it clear for years.
Honestly, he's already chilling. Wait till that hits more news places.
That it is unacceptable that the
all on
United
forces.
States and the United States taxpayer continues to bear the burden, not only of the cost of the war in Ukraine, but of the defense of Europe. We fully support our NATO allies. We fully support the Article 5 commitment. But it's time for our European
Who
allies
owns
to
Family
step up.
Dollar?
And
Which one
of the
is
things
it?
that Secretary General Ruta said.
Dollar
on our
Tree
call
owns
was,
Family Dollar.
this
Yeah.
last couple
So then
weeks
that'll
have been
be the
a real
winner. But
wake-up
both of
call.
them
And
are
I
kind
asked
of
him,
value.
what have you
That's
been
weird. The
missing
Dollar Tree ones
the
are
last
more
couple of years?
expensive.
The fact that we are going to enter into a NATO summit this June with a third of our NATO allies still not meeting
Yeah, there you
the
go. Again, we're
2%
early
minimum,
on that, bro.
a commitment they
But
made
Dollar
a
Tree's
decade
still holding.
ago,
That was already down 2 or
literally
3.
a decade ago with a war on their
But let's see. Wait
doorstep.
till it hits
The
Bloomberg and
largest
everyone
war
else.
that they're all
We might be so
extremely
early
concerned
they don't
about,
mention it.
But yet it's, well, somebody else needs to pay. We've got other domestic priorities. It's unacceptable. President Trump's made that clear. And the minimum needs to be met.
Yeah, the
We need to
Dollar
be at
Tree spreads are
100%
wide. That's why I
this
said the
June at NATO
DG.
summit.
I got a
And
cheap
then
one.
let's
I'm gonna
talk
get
about
me a Dollar
exceeding
Tree
it,
one.
which is what President Trump has been talking about with 5% of GDP. Europe needs to step up for their own defense as a partner, and we can be friends and allies and have those tough conversations.
Great. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a
Peter.
Ukraine one and a Doge one. Who can talk Doge?
GME again.
All of us. Well, so Stephen, we're hearing about these Doge dividend checks that would be 20% back to taxpayers, 20% to pay down the debt. 60% is left. Who gets that?
Hey, Dollar Tree.
Well,
Damn it.
The way that it works
The premiums
is when
just
you
dropped, but then they
achieve
got
savings.
They
you can
widened it
either
again.
Return it to taxpayers. You can return it to
Okay, watch Dollar Tree
our
on the
debtors,
low, but the
or
premium's still
it
being hella
can
weird.
Be cycled into next year's budget, and then it just lowers the overall baseline for next year. So in other words, you can just transfer into the next fiscal window and then lower the overall.
Bro, GME again.
And that means that you can achieve a permanent savings that way, and that reduces the deficit.
And when is it that people might see those?
And
checks?
banks on the
Well,
low.
It's all going to be worked on through the
Bro, GME,
reconciliation
2750.
process with Congress that's going
Yallah.
underway right now, as you've seen. The Senate's moving a bill, the House is moving a bill. The president has great confidence.
Nibis
in
again
both
as
chambers to
well.
deliver on his priorities. I would just take this
Yeah,
opportunity
bro, they're
to
fucking
note
with the premiums on that.
that President Trump has made a historic.
They're
commitment
widening and lowering
to
them
the
at the
working
same.
class of
I
this
can't even
country
read it, bro.
to
It's just
fight
going
for
crazy.
Major tax relief and major price relief. And cutting spending as Doge
Yeah,
is
bro.
doing,
Dollar
cutting
Tree and
taxes
DG now, just
is
going
the
back
key
and
to
forth.
delivering on
Either
both of
way,
those promises.
we have that in the
President
first
Trump
3
is resolutely
minutes. I don't
committed to
see it
doing
on CNBC or anywhere else yet.
I guess this is for Mike. Sure. After the president's post on Truth Social yesterday, need to know, who does he think is more responsible for the Russian invasion of Ukraine? Putin or Zelensky?
Uh-oh.
Well, look, his goal, Peter, is to bring this war to an end, period. And there has been ongoing fighting on both sides. It is World War I style trench warfare. His frustration with President Zelensky
that question is wild.
That you've heard is multifold. One, there needs to be a deep appreciation for what the American people, what the American taxpayer, what President Trump did in his first term, and what we've done since. So some of the rhetoric coming out of Kyiv, frankly, and insults to President Trump were unacceptable, number one. Number two, our own Secretary of Treasury personally made the trip to offer the Ukrainians what can only be described as a historic opportunity.
I got me
that
a
is
Dollar
for America
Tree, but
to
I don't like
co-invest with
it.
Ukraine
But it's
in
cheap
their
enough.
minerals, in their
The fuck.
resources.
And then
to
I had the DGs.
truly
The
grow
DGs
the
are going
pie.
now.
So case in point, there's a
Now the Dollar
foundry that
Tree's
processes
gapping.
aluminum in Ukraine. It's been damaged. It's not at its current capacity. If that is restored, it would account for America's entire imports of aluminum for an entire year. That one foundry. There are tremendous resources there. Not only is that long-term security for Ukraine, not only do we help them grow the pie with investments, but we do have an obligation to the American taxpayer.
There's Dollar General
in
now.
helping them
Yeah,
recoup
GME
the
too.
hundreds of billions.
All right, I made
that
Dollar
have-
Tree
that have
free now.
occurred.
That
So,
worked. I don't know how.
Rather than
Fuck.
enter into some
take it.
constructive
I got free Dollar Tree.
conversations about
Dollar General,
what that
I have. I'm
deal
not
should
up on
be
that
going
yet.
forward. We
Yeah,
got
but
a lot
we're
of
early
rhetoric
as
in
fuck
the
on
media
that, but the
was-
premiums
that was
were jacked,
incredibly
dude.
unfortunate. And I
Very
can just
weird
tell you,
premium.
Peter, as a veteran, as somebody who's been in combat, this war is horrific.
You
And
hit. I mean,
we've
I think I
lost
was late
sight
on
of
the
that,
Dollar General, but I might get
of
lucky.
The literally
I hit them on the
thousands
other
of
ones
people
though.
that are dying.
My Dollar Tree,
a
my
day.
Dollar General won't
families
go.
that are going without the
Yeah,
next
bro, you guys are
generation.
early on that.
And
No
I
one's
find
talked
it
about
kind
it.
of,
I don't even see this on
frankly,
CNBC or
ridiculous.
anybody.
So many people in
Tell me
Washington
when it's
that were just
tell me when it's there.
demanding, pounding the table for a ceasefire in Gaza are suddenly aghast that the president
finessed somebody.
would demand
I did
one
by
and
giving
both
you the
sides
news
come to the
5
table,
minutes ahead of every
when
agency
it
in the
talks
world.
to-
Amen.
When it comes to Ukraine.
Such a finesse.
A war that has been
now they're all up,
arguably,
baby.
There
There you go. Dollar Tree doubled or Dollar General.
in scope and scale,
Let's
and
try
far
to
more
make those
dangerous
free.
in terms of global escalation to U.S. security.
And I do have one for Caroline. Does President Trump have a bet with Trudeau about this USA?
I'm gonna keep those.
Canada hockey game
That's it. Let it run, baby. You
and when
early.
there is a big hockey game on, is the president watching for the goals?
That's it. They're
or
all free
for
now. 200% on Dollar Tree.
Probably both.
Dollar
I think
General's
he's
gonna
watching
hit
for
now,
the United
but
States
I
to
just
win
need it to
tonight.
go.
I know he talked to the USA hockey team this morning. He talked to the players after their morning practice.
All right,
around
I made
10
Dollar
o'clock.
General free.
And I also spoke
Run
to
it.
some folks from that team after
Beautiful.
they were
Yeah,
jubilant
that was
over
easy money
President
on
Trump's
that one.
comments to the team. I believe
Fuck
they're
yeah,
going to
I
put out
gotta
a video of that call. So he looks forward to watching the game tonight, and we look forward to the United States beating our soon-to-be 51st state.
Yeah, bro. Those Dollar Generals now, they're at
Go
a
ahead.
dollar. I'm not going to sell them all this time. I did that last time. I'm going to ride it. Okay, last time we had a buyout this early. It went crazy, but I've already made my shit free now.
Where does that stand?
Well, we're going to continue to have.
Tell me when you
he
see it
needs
on
to come back to
CNBC
the
or
table, and we're
Bloomberg,
gonna
but I
continue
don't
to
see
have
it yet.
Discussions about where that deal is going. Again, we have an
I
obligation
didn't hear
to the
that statement,
taxpayer.
no.
I think this is an opportunity. The president thinks this is an opportunity for Ukraine going forward. There can be, in my view, nothing better for Ukraine's future and for their security than to have the United States invested in their prosperity long term. And then a key piece of this has also been security
Reuters had it
guarantees.
8 minutes ago.
Look, the
We were
reality
before it, I think.
that we're talking
I'm
about
telling you, we
here
were
is,
instantly on that
is
one.
it in
Now
Ukraine's
people are talking
interest?
about
Is
it.
in Europe's interest? It certainly isn't in Russia's interest or in the American people's interest for this war to grind on forever and ever and ever. So a key part of his conversation was helping President Zelensky understand this war needs to come to an end. This kind of open-ended mantra that we had
I sold
under
a
the
couple
Biden
more of the
administration,
Dollar Trees.
That's over. And
It's
I
up
think
I just
a
killed
lot of
it,
people
though.
are having a hard time
I'm just making sure I
accepting
get
that.
more
And
paid
then the
after
other
the
piece
free.
is there's been
That was
discussions
beautiful.
from Prime Minister Starmer.
I still have
and also
DG after making
President
it free. I
Macron
still own Dollar
about
Tree, but I took a little
European-led
bit more off that.
security guarantees. We welcome that. We've been asking Europe to step up and secure its own prosperity, safety, and security. So we certainly welcome that, and we certainly welcome more European assistance. As I told my counterparts, come to the table with more if you want
use that
a bigger
to
seat
sell
at the
your
table.
Dollar Tree?
And we've been asking
Like
for that
out of the
for
long
quite some
term?
time.
Is that what you said?
Talks with them.
I might have to put it in the grok. Hold, was that what you said?
Potentially rolling back sanctions in these negotiations.
Yeah? Oh, okay.
The talks with our
Foolish.
Russian counterparts,
Don't
both
wanna
with my
talk about
counterpart, the
that.
National Security Advisor, Secretary
Keep that
Rubio's
to yourself. You're gone.
Counterpart, the Foreign
Very simple.
Minister Lavrov.
Y'all don't play with the
You know,
long term. You
it
stick
really,
to the rules. You don't have anything
was
related to
quite
the
broad,
rules. Don't say it.
Focused
Otherwise, you will
on
become
what
a victim
is
of the
the
chat.
goals for our broader
Thank you.
relationship, but very clear that the fighting has to stop.
The exact play,
to get
it
to
doesn't
any of those
matter,
brighter goals.
because
And
if
as
you
a
had
first
that
step,
news, you
we're
could have
just gonna
bought
do some
absolutely
common sense
anything.
things like restore
Closer
the
the better,
ability
but
of both
yeah.
of our embassies.
That's it. It's already
to
a couple
function.
100%.
And
That was
again,
big money.
You know, this is common sense in foreign
Even if
policy
you bought
world.
the
They call
shares,
it
you would be up
shuttle
10%.
diplomacy. We have to talk to both sides in order to get to both sides to the table, and both sides have said only President Trump could do that.
Deanna.
Thank you. And my question is for Mike Waltz.
All right.
The president
All right.
has called Zelensky a dictator. Does he view Putin as a dictator? And does he want Zelensky out of power? I know he's called for elections. And then thirdly, the head of the Defense Committee in Ukraine's parliament just has claimed that the U.S. has stopped selling weapons to Ukraine.
Okay, I got rid of all my Dollar General. I'm just going to
Well,
hold the
most
free
of
Dollar
our
Trees.
weapons that have gone to Ukraine have been
That's
part
it.
of
I
a
got a couple
drawdown
100%.
authority
That
where
was
we've
good, though.
literally taken them
I paid
out of
from
our
all of
stocks
plays and some.
and then eventually through appropriations started buying them again to refill
only
our
got
stocks.
free Dollar Trees,
I'll,
and then that's
you know,
it.
Just state that there has been a lag in a lot of that process. So many of our stocks, as we look at our operations around the world, are becoming
Cast in, good work,
more
baby.
depleted. That's one of the reasons
Buyout rumor. We
many
got it
people have
literally
had a lot of
instantly.
concern about when does this end? How much is it going to take? How many lives will be lost?
Walmart has a long. Remember, we missed it
How
last
much
year.
will we spend? As a member of Congress, we repeatedly asked the Biden administration those questions, and we never
Walgreens,
got,
they could be getting
a
clapped on that.
satisfactory answer.
Somebody brought that up.
Look,
You're
President
right.
Trump is
maybe they're not
obviously
buying
very
Walgreens
frustrated,
anymore. Walgreens
right
dying
now
now
with President Zelensky. The fact that that he hasn't come to the table, that he hasn't been willing to take this opportunity that we've offered. I think he
there's 1 cent ones at the money. They already doubled.
Point, and I hope so.
You
very
could go
quickly.
for it, but
President Trump,
I thought I was
going
going
to
to snag it quick. I pressed the wrong button.
Counterparts, and I want to make clear.
Yeah,
today,
Walgreens already went 100%.
On stopping the fighting.
Damn, 200%.
And moving forward. And
yeah,
we
you
could
have that
argue
one
all day long.
I pressed the wrong
about
button.
What's happened in the
I
past.
put 101 contracts. I didn't want that many. I wanted 10 for 10 cents for 1 cent.
Reagan, go ahead.
It's like I'm not going to buy 100 of those. I don't need 100. Thank you.
There have been reports that
Yeah, kind of. Someone brought that up earlier. The stock didn't move, and then it just dumped. So good call on that.
Is the president happy with
Someone
the
said it in the chat. They're like, that's not good for Walgreens. You were right.
Well, first of all, we all appreciate the encouragement from the media to deport as many illegal aliens as humanly possible. So thank you, and I will promise you that the
guy,
full
bro.
might of the Department of Homeland Security,
This
the Department
guy.
of Justice, the Department of Defense,
Why is he-
and every element and instrument of national
Excuse me,
power
what the fuck are you
will be
saying,
used
dog?
to remove with speed.
Yeah, Dollar General's
all
coming. I'm glad
criminal illegals
I
from
hit
the
that
soil of the
perfectly.
United States of America to enforce
Then
final
Dollar
legal
Tree's
orders
again, they're the one
and
who
to
owns
ensure
Family
this
Dollar.
country is for American citizens and those who legally belong in this country. We inherited an ICE that was completely shuttered. We inherited a Department of Homeland Security whose sole mission was to resettle illegal aliens within the United States of America. In 30 days, the president sealed the border shut, declared the cartels to be
Yeah, it was. Beat
terrorist
your ass off.
organizations,
Good shit, bro.
has increased
You called
ICE
that right
deportations
away.
to levels
I
not
love it.
seen
I'm
in
mad. That went up
decades,
400%.
and we're
I should have bought
shortening the
100 of
verge
them.
achieving
Fuck.
A pace of speed deportations this country
Yeah,
has
but
never
that was a good one
before
if you
seen.
got it.
Thank you.
Good work, baby. Good work.
There have been
Chatted
reports that
Daunia.
there's some underground opposition to Trump's pick for Undersecretary of Defense and Policy, Elbridge Colby. Have you or anyone from the administration been personally lobbying senators to support Elbridge Colby?
Look, I've worked with Bridge Colby in the past. He has the president's full support to be the Undersecretary of Policy, which will
Yes,
be a
they're
critical
still going.
policy arm for Secretary Hegseth.
SMCI
going forward
Ulta's
that
on the
will
high.
Implement a lot of these policies, and really that's been to the extent of it. I think there's been a lot of kind of
340,
breathless,
baby. Happy Friday, Junior. Hey, man.
back and forth
That was
in
fun.
the press, but
Does anybody see it on CNBC yet? That's the
team
next
in place
part.
so we can implement as
But
American
again, usually when we're that early, they don't like to report it because we're that early. You know, you've been here long enough to see it, but yeah.
Sure. IRS? Okay, go ahead.
This would be for either one of you. So we reported several other
It's on
outlets
Yahoo, but
have
no, I want that
reported
CNBC.
that, about 3,500
You know what I'm
people
saying?
are due to be lose their jobs at the IRS by the end of the week. If the goal
There's a
of
buyout
these
rumor on
spending
Dollar
cuts
Tree or
across
Family
the federal
Dollar,
government has
owned
been
by
to
Dollar Tree.
reduce the debt, why impose some of the deepest cuts we've seen so far at the agency responsible for raising revenue for the federal government?
Well, I think our objective is to make sure that the employees that we pay are being productive and effective. And there are many, many more than 100,000
Walgreens.
people working to
That was a
collect
good one,
taxes,
baby.
and not all of them are fully occupied. And the Treasury
Good luck and
Secretary
good work.
is studying the matter and feels
And then
like,
bonds, too, if you've noticed, they started ripping on all that.
And probably can get bigger, especially
More
as
like
we improve the
Walgreens.
IT at the IRS. And so I think that it's absolutely something that is on the table for good reasons. And the point is that don't just talk about the IRS, talk about all of government. That there are so many places. I live in D.C. You maybe live in D.C. where nobody's going to the buildings. People aren't commuting because nobody's doing their job. We look back and we see that there are all these people doing two jobs.
Thank you. You're
while they're getting
welcome,
a government
man. I
payroll
hope all
on
of
the
you.
payroll. So the point
Again,
is
you're
fixing
lucky
that.
there was a press
And the
briefing. We
IRS
would
is
have
a
been
small
at
part of it.
Philo, but
So you're saying that
I hope you took advantage of it and realized, too, again, that
I'm
is
saying
the
that we're, studying
advantage of
every
paying
agency and
attention.
deciding
Again,
who
that's
to let
why
go
I
and
could
why.
give you
And
guys
we're doing
info.
some very
I'm going to
rationally
leave it to
with a
you on
lot
what to
of
do with it,
support
but,
from
you know,
analysis.
if you're
By a lot
early
of
enough
people
on some
who
of
have been
these,
let
I
go at
mean,
other
that was
agencies
another
that
example.
They were told they were being dismissed because of poor performance, when in some cases they haven't even had a performance review yet because they've only been on the job a couple of months.
Yeah, I've never seen a person who was laid off for poor performance say that they were performing poorly. Okay.
Carolyn?
Good point. Sure, Caitlin.
I have a question. I'll start with you, Kevin Hassett.
Good
Thank you for
point.
being here. And then I've got a question for Mr. Waltz. On these potential checks that you might send out from Doge, is there a concern as you're thinking through this that they could be inflationary?
Oh, absolutely not, because imagine if we don't spend government money and we give it back to people, then if they spend it all, then you're even. But they're probably going to save a lot of it, in which case you're reducing inflation. And also, when the government spends a lot, that's what creates inflation. We learned that from Joe Biden. And so if we reduce government spending, then that's,
hey man, I think it's easy to become a member.
If you give people money,
if you know how to trade options, you should be able to know how to sign up.
That also reduces inflation.
The other homie was asking me, "Hey, do I sell the open to short it?" So yeah, paper trade if you don't know options. And
Do you
if you
still
know
feel that way
options,
now, or do you
I'm
share
assuming you
the
know how to
president's
work
assessment as he says Ukraine is to blame for the start of this war?
Well, it shouldn't surprise you that I share the president's assessment on all kinds of issues. What I wrote as a member of Congress was as a former member of Congress.
He kind of looked like George
what
W.
I share
Bush.
the president's assessment on is that the war has to end. And what comes with that? What comes with that should be at some point elections. What comes with that?
He looked like a younger
should be
Bush.
peace. What comes with that is prosperity that we've just offered
Into
in
prosperity.
this natural resources and economic
And
partnership
natural resources.
Arrangement.
And we're gonna
an
partner.
end to the killing. And
Get 'em.
European
Thank you.
security and security for the world. The president's not only determined
That's
to do
it.
that in Europe. He's
Treasury
determined
feels
to do
that
it in the Middle
3,500
East.
IRS employees
and
to be
just a few
dismissed.
months ago, we had an
Smaller
administration
number.
that had tried for 15 months. Week after week, sitting with you here and couldn't get us to a ceasefire, couldn't get our hostages out. Now we're at that point. We're back to maximum pressure on Iran, and we have just begun, and we will drive towards a ceasefire and all of those other steps. I'm not going to pre-negotiate or get ahead of the sequencing of all of that. It's a very delicate situation. But
the
this is a
gasoline ban
president
news
of
is
peace,
getting hit
and who
again.
here would argue against peace?
Okay, so you do share that assessment. And can I follow up? In 2017,
Go ahead,
then
Jordan.
President Trump.
Go ahead,
Can I just follow
Jordan.
up really
Thank you.
quick?
You just had two questions, Caitlin.
Can I
Jordan,
just
go ahead.
Mr.
I have an
Hassett.
important follow-up.
Jordan,
from my
go
friends.
ahead.
So,
Go ahead.
Mr. Hassett,
Shut up,
you were
Caitlin.
speaking about tariff revenue, and you also addressed a question about the
Caitlin,
IRS.
if I would have told you
President
shut
Trump
up,
spoke
Caitlin.
about replacing
Stop
income
it.
tax with tariff
You talked
revenue,
more than
especially
Josh
with all
over
this
the
waste,
video.
fraud, and
God.
abuse that we're seeing cut. Is that a possibility?
Absolutely, and in fact, if you think about the China tariff revenue that we're estimating is coming in from the 10% that we just added, plus the de minimis thing, that it's between $500 billion and $1 trillion over 10 years is our estimate, and that's something that is outside of the reductions that markets are seeing through the negotiations up on the Hill. And so we expect that the tariff revenue is actually going to make it much easier for Republicans to pass.
And
the bill.
bonds still
And that
holding.
was
Dollar
the
Tree kind of faded. The place came down, so I'm glad we took all that money.
So you
But get
spoke
ready for
about
the follow-up
Doge,
after the
you
bell.
said
Otherwise, we'll
roughly
see.
$50 billion is set to be cut in a year of waste, fraud, and abuse by unelected bureaucrats. We're hearing this ironic narrative from the president's critics and the left-wing media that Elon Musk is an unelected bureaucrat and he's doing all this terrible stuff.
Pfizer CEO at the White House. Can we get confirmation of that?
Get rid of the federal
You guys were able to
bureaucracy
confirm
of
that
the
last
deep
time
state.
before me.
And also, who was running the White House when Joe Biden was in office? Because I don't know a single person who believes it was Joe Biden.
You're
Wow, what a
tempting me to say some very
What a
harsh
question.
things about some of our media friends. Yes, it is true that many of the people in this room for 4 years failed to cover the fact that Joe Biden was mentally incompetent and was not running the country.
Mentally
It is also true
incompetent.
that many people in this room who have used this talking point that Elon is not elected fail to understand how government works. So I'm glad for the opportunity for a brief civics lesson. A president is elected by the whole American people. He's the only official in the entire government that is elected by the entire nation, right? Judges are appointed, members
Yeah,
of
I don't
Congress
see
are
the
elected at
Pfizer
district
thing,
or state
so
level. Just one
I
man
need
in the
more
Constitution,
confirmation.
Article
I don't
2,
see it anywhere.
has a clause known as the
So I
vesting
don't know if I
clause, and it
believe
says
that.
the executive power shall be vested in a president.
Somebody
Singular.
confirm.
The whole will
saying
of
CNBC
democracy
has video.
is imbued
I don't get word
into
anywhere.
the elected president. That president then appoints staff to then impose that
See,
democratic
take it. It could be
will
there, but I don't
onto
know
the
where it's at.
government.
I can't see
the
that.
threat to democracy, indeed the existential threat to democracy, is the unelected bureaucracy of
A couple of
lifetime
you are
tenured
saying you
civil
saw it on
servants
the break.
who believe they answer to no one, who believe they can do whatever they want without consequence, who believe they can set their
THC,
own
THC
agenda
kinda
no matter
popping.
what Americans vote for. So Americans vote for radical FBI reform, and FBI agents say they don't want to change. Or Americans vote for radical reform on our energy policies, but EPA bureaucrats say they don't want to change. Or Americans vote to end DEI, racist DEI policies, and lawyers of the Department of Justice say they don't want to change. What President Trump is doing is he is removing federal bureaucrats who are defying democracy by failing to implement his lawful orders, which are the will of the whole American people. Thank you.
Thank
He
you very
sounded
much,
like a
everybody.
cartoon
I'm
character,
looking at the
but
clock.
like,
We've
I
almost
feel-
had an hour of time. I know a couple of these individuals have a meeting to get to at 2 p.m. So you're welcome to follow up with my team for further questions. We're going to let these guys get back to running the United States government, and we will see you all later. President Trump will be speaking at 3 o'clock at the Black History Month reception. So thank you. It's good to see you. We'll see you in a bit. Thanks.
That's it? No, come on.
Should we expect indictments or the indictments coming for all the fraud we found?
I'd love to follow up with you just at the time of Carolyn.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. That dude is only 34 years old. And then Lex Friedman looked like a toddler and he's 50. What's happening, bro? Anyways, I thought that would be more eventful, but we got good news there. So that was fun. I hope you guys got the info. But yeah, there it is, man. There it is. There it is. Hate does things to you. I know. That's why I tell you guys about your Chad facts a lot. Amen. Amen. Amen, brother. Amen. 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 I don't know. I got a receding ass hairline though, but the ladies love it. I'm telling you. Now that I look like Benny Blanco, that was the best turn of events for me. But either way, Chad, you got a lot of plays today. Again, a lot of news, a lot of back and forth. I hope you enjoyed it and it was fun for you. But no, it's time for something else. It's good timing. We're a little bit behind, but I think we got to go and do it now. So I love you all. Thank you for being here. If you would like to join Philo and hear me talk about God and spirituality, we will be having news, but the priority becomes God. So but even then, I'm not a Christian, so don't make any mistake. Christian would tell you to donate your money and then make it free. I just charge for it, okay? So it's a very, very simple. I love Jesus, though. He died on the cross for my sins. So if you would like to join, you press the join button. If you really and here's the deal. If you truly miss the Philos, you should go back and watch the other ones. And it's good. And you can be cheap. That's fine. But if you miss anything that's cheap, don't get mad. You know what I'm saying? And that's how it is. So I love you. And God bless you. Let me get the Philo link to post it. And I'm going to put it on members only, Chad, because you guys like to cry afterwards. So I don't want you to get banned afterwards because that could still happen. So I'm actually protecting you, believe it or not. I know, it's a wild concept. But either way, we're going to head out now. We'll be back when we're done with it. Here is the link you would need to go to. And yeah, it will be members only. So thank you for your time. You should have had a great opportunity today, regardless of everything. So I will see you guys in a little bit. And if you're down for some good talks, I will see you very, very shortly. Peace.